The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 11th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Rudy Yoakum III to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the outstanding Lauren Matthew of West Valley High School of Spokane, the rightful state champion in the girls' 400-meter race. As Lauren is the winner, however, the Washington State High School record books will tell a different story. Last weekend, a transgendered athlete claimed the Class 2A girls' state title in the 400-meter dash for the second year in a row. Every person in this country deserves dignity and respect, but this outcome is unfair and deeply troubling. Keeping women's sports female is common sense and an issue that unites the vast majority of Americans. Transgendered males should not be competing in girls' athletic events. It is not just unfair, it is a betrayal of the young women who dedicate themselves to excellence through hard work and training. Like many others, I welcomed President Trump's executive order earlier this year, keeping men out of women's sports, as a step in the right direction. But in Washington State, the law still requires schools to allow participation in sports based on gender identity, not biological sex. That violates Title IX and federal protections for women's athletics. We honor these young ladies, like Lauren Matthews, for their commitment, their discipline, and their performance. And we will keep fighting to ensure fairness in women's sports is not just a talking point, but a promise kept. Their achievements deserve to be celebrated. Lauren Matthews and all the young female athletes out there just like you, here you are celebrated. Here in the halls of Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, on the floor of Congress, I am proud to recognize you as the champion of the state 400-meter dash. You're an outstanding athlete and an inspiration to so many young girls and young athletes out there, including my own. Keep running hard, keep working, keep inspiring, keep winning, and know that we in Congress have your back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to sound the alarm on the economic harm President Trump's reckless tariff policies continue to cause across this country, especially in my district of Western New York. Make no mistake, these tariffs are taxes, and they're being paid not by foreign governments or corporations, but by working families and small businesses at home. Whether it's raw materials, auto parts, and everyday goods at the grocery store, these costs are being passed on directly to American consumers. Families struggling to put food on the table are now being squeezed from every angle by rising prices, unstable markets, and Republican policies that put politics over people. Whether you call it tariff roulette or a trade tug of war, it's creating instability that's devastating to communities across the country. In Western New York, we're already seeing the fallout. As a representative for a northern border community, I can tell you firsthand, this trade war is hurting Americans. Annually, Canadians have a $1.1 billion impact in Western New York, and in our community, we've already seen a serious drop in Canadian visitors who for decades have driven across the border to support our local economy. This is happening all across America as well. It is hurting our economy, and it is devastating to the people that live in our great country. It's not pocket change, it's people's paychecks, and it goes beyond tourism. Canada is New York State's largest trading partner. New York exports more than $17 billion in goods and services across the border each year, supporting tens of thousands of jobs. Disrupting that trade through politically motivating tariffs puts those jobs at risk. That's not leadership, that's economic sabotage. Pair that with this president's big ugly bill that guts health care, slashes food assistance, and throws millions off their insurance, and what you've got is a vice grip on the American people and our economy. We don't need chaos, we need common sense, and we need smart economic policy. We need stability and support for working families, not another round of trade retaliation disguised as strategy. We must reject this reckless approach and stand up for workers, small businesses, and families who are paying the price. Because in Western New York and across this country, people are not pawns. Americans deserve better. It's time to reject this billionaires' first agenda and fight for an economy that works for everyone. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor an extraordinary woman, Ms. Maryanne Murphy, maternity director at Mercy Hospital of Buffalo, as she retires after an incredible 46 years of service to our community. Throughout her career, Maryanne helped deliver more than 90,000 babies. That's not just a number. It represents generations of families, lives safely welcomed into this world, and moments she helped make unforgettable. Maryanne touched my own family's life. We delivered 4 beautiful babies at Mercy. While 3 were traditional deliveries, 1 was of our daughter, Bridget, who was not expected to survive. Maryanne made sure we had compassionate, skilled nurses who understood our situation. She ensured our family could stay with us around the clock, arranged sleeping accommodations, and provided bereavement support, including a special memory box created in honor of our beautiful baby. While this was very personal and seemed like special care for our family, this was simply what Maryanne did for all families. She showed love during their happiest moments and hardest days. Maryanne's role went beyond the 4 walls of the hospital. Her compassion and leadership didn't just shape patient experiences or the maternity ward, she shaped our entire community. As one colleague of hers put it, Mary set the standard for the quality and compassion that define Mercy Maternity to this day. At her retirement, Maryanne said, "It's the best job in the world. 46 years in the blink of an eye." Let us thank Maryanne Murphy not only for what she's done, but for who she is, a caregiver, a leader, an inspiration, and a friend. Her legacy will continue in every nurse she's mentored, in every family she touched, including my own. Congratulations, Maryanne, and enjoy your well-earned retirement. Godspeed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of a true mountaineer, former West Virginia delegate and minority leader in our House, Doug Scaff. Doug tragically and unexpectedly passed away yesterday, leaving behind 3 beautiful children and his wife, Marissa. Doug was West Virginian through and through, and from his time as student body president at the West Virginia University to his time in the West Virginia House of Delegates, Doug loved our state and he loved our people. And years ago, Doug and I actually coached together our children's soccer team in Kanawha City. And it was a wonderful experience for my children and his. He was a wonderful father, a wonderful community leader, and he was somebody that just loved life and could light up an entire room when he walked into it. Doug loved politics. He just fed off of it, and he loved the debate, and he loved running for office, and he was just great at it. He was, and he's just tragically left us far too young. He's 48 years old and tragically left this earth yesterday. And I ask all my fellow West Virginians to join my wife and I, Mina, to pray for them and their family in this tragic time period. He's going to be so missed in the state of West Virginia, and we'll never forget him and the indelible mark that he left on our people. And with that, I'd say, eternal rest unto him, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon him. God bless you, Doug, my friend.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn the House GOP's rescission request that would take back $9.4 billion in federal funding Congress appropriated for foreign aid, the State Department, and public media. We know how devastating the loss of this funding would be for people around the globe. Ending these investments will undoubtedly cost lives and diminish our standing in the world. And taking back the almost $1.1 billion in funding that Congress appropriated for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, that's ludicrous. The Trump administration says they're cutting public broadcasting because it's partisan and biased. And what's the basis for that claim? Maybe it's because the shows on PBS, like the very popular Daniel Tiger, they teach children the importance of kindness and respect and empathy and caring for others, traits that are absent from this current administration. The only partisan bias is from this administration itself as they seek to weaponize public broadcasting, which offers many benefits, including alerting the public, sharing information about emergencies and times of crisis, teaching children reading and social and emotional development skills, and reaching areas that lack reliable and affordable access to broadband internet, particularly in rural areas. The loss of PBS Kids in particular would deprive millions of children and families of formative learning experiences from programs that are designed specifically for kids. Not just Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, but also Arthur, Sid the Science Kid, and much more. The Trump administration claims to be pro-family, but this request to rescind the funding is yet another anti-family example from this administration. And the $1.1 billion cost for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, it's 0.0001% of the federal budget. PBS reaches every congressional district across the country and costs a mere $1.60 per person each year. What else provides so much value for less than $2 per person per year? The administration is cutting pennies out of valuable programming out of spite. Most Americans trust PBS because it's publicly funded. Just like public broadcasting should be objective, so should the funding decisions about it. I urge my colleagues to reject this rescission package. Mr. Speaker, in their big ugly bill, Republicans are once again trying to rip away clean energy tax credits, one of the most effective job-creating tools we've ever had. Thousands of workers, many in rural and coastal counties in my home state of Oregon, but also across the country, will lose the jobs they just started. Jobs in solar, wind, battery storage, clean manufacturing. Those are jobs with good wages and benefits that are supporting their families. Ripping away these credits means that instead of finishing construction on clean power plants, Republicans will abandon billions in sunk costs, leave half-built equipment, and electricity bills will go up. Utility companies are expecting major rate hikes if these credits vanish, because without them, they'll be forced to rely on more expensive, unstable, and dirty fossil fuels. Local economies will be devastated by shuttered work sites, canceled investments, families will be uprooted. Imagine if we could generate our own power right here in America with the safest, most advanced technologies in the world. Now consider that we can deploy cheap, clean energy, but the Republicans won't let us. Are they afraid of offending big oil companies? These credits are working. They've sparked more than $300 billion in private sector investment. They've launched a manufacturing comeback in communities that have waited decades for it. And repealing them, that'd be economic self-sabotage. And here's the thing. Republicans are pushing this repeal, and they're also backing Donald Trump's declaration of a so-called energy emergency. If we're in an energy emergency, why would we gut the industries that are expanding supply, cutting costs, and creating stability? We wouldn't. You don't solve a so-called emergency by kneecapping every solution except oil. And it's not about ideology. Many, if not most, of these projects that will lose out are in parts of the country represented by my Republican colleagues. It's about whether we keep building the future or tear it down before it's had a chance. We should be competing with China. We should be making energy cheaper, not more expensive. We should be backing the American workers who are finally getting the chance to accelerate our energy leadership. Instead, the Republicans' big ugly bill says pack it up and go home. I won't stand for that, and neither should anyone who claims to care about jobs, economic growth, or energy security. And I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Aken, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the remarkable career of Mark Peterson, a distinguished journalist who has served my community with unwavering dedication and integrity for decades. On June 24, 1985, Mark began his tenure at WNDU, embarking on a journey that would see him become one of the most respected reporters in our region. Throughout his 40-year career at WNDU, Mark has been lauded for his ability to quickly grasp complex issues and report them with great clarity and composure. His commitment to factual reporting and his calm demeanor under pressure have made him a trusted voice in our community. As someone who grew up in South Bend, I have vivid memories of watching Mark deliver the news with professionalism and poise. His reporting was not just informative, it was a fixture in our home. To now have had the privilege of working alongside him during my tenure in public service has been not only an honor, but also a full circle moment. Mark's dedication extended beyond the newsroom. He viewed his colleagues at WNDU as family and approached his work with both seriousness and a sense of camaraderie. His passion for journalism and commitment to the community left an indelible mark on our region. As Mark embarks on his well-deserved retirement, I extend my deepest gratitude for his 4 decades of service. His contributions have not only informed, but also inspired countless individuals in my community. I wish Mark and his wife, Sue, all the best in this new chapter of their lives. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing and honoring Mark Peterson for his outstanding career and his unwavering commitment to journalistic excellence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the momentum and pride on full display in Milford, Delaware, a small town with a big story to tell. Delaware is the small town state, and Milford reminds us why that's something to be proud of. I had the pleasure of touring downtown Milford with local leaders recently. Despite a torrential downpour, we met with small business owners, local artists, and community members who are working every day to turn vision into progress. What I saw in Milford is what's possible when communities believe in themselves. Whether it's the thriving downtown storefronts, the river walk's beauty, or the vibrant arts scene, including Gallery 37, Milford is a town that's honoring its history while investing boldly in its future. And make no mistake, that future is being built by and for Milford's residents. We talked about infrastructure needs, economic development, and the importance of expanding access to housing and opportunity. Over the past decade, Milford has become a model for what small town revitalization should look like, driven by public-private collaboration and a clear focus on inclusive growth. Milford's motto, Rivertown, Art Town, Hometown, is more than a slogan. It's a reflection of a community that's rooted in creativity and care for one another. I'm proud to represent Milford in Congress, and I'll keep fighting for the investments, partnerships, and policies that empower towns like Milford to thrive. Because when small towns succeed, our whole state grows stronger. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the anniversary of the liberation of Delaware from the tyrannical yoke of Pennsylvania and the British Crown. In June of 1776, Delawareans laid the groundwork for the single longest running tradition in our state's history, Separation Day. Separation Day serves as a reminder of the fierce commitment at the heart of the greatest state in the Union. It marks the moment when Delaware said, "We can govern ourselves, we can shape our own future." That commitment to dignity, democracy, to self-determination is the essence of who we are as Delawareans. Each June, my neighbors gather in Old Newcastle, one of the most historic towns in America, to honor our legacy with joy and pride. But Separation Day isn't just about the past. It's a reminder that democracy isn't something we inherit. It's something we practice. Because that bold act in 1776 wasn't made by kings or generals. It was made by ordinary people who believed that a better future was worth the risk. And they understood something we should all remember to this day. There are no kings in a democracy. So this year, as we celebrate our independence from one empire and one governor across the state line, let us also reject any attempt to crown a new monarch, whether with a golden crown or a gilded office. Because in this country, no one is above the law. Happy Separation Day, Delaware. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize two extraordinary young leaders from Delaware, Gabriella Barantas of Wilmington Christian School and Emily Geldreich of Kendall Academy, who have earned the Congressional Award Gold Medal. Through over 400 hours of public service, personal development, exploration, and physical rigor, Gabriella and Emily have set and achieved ambitious goals through perseverance and commitment. Gabriella served the Blackfeet Nation in Montana, honed her field hockey and Greek dance skills, and helped her family explore our national parks. Meanwhile, Emily taught American Sign Language, distributed food, and became a stronger swimmer and martial artist, all while deepening her understanding of deaf culture and global history. Their achievements remind us that the Congressional Award isn't just about logging hours. It's about building character. In their dedication and drive, Emily and Gabriella reflect the heart of Delaware, where young people lead with purpose and pride. Delaware is proud of both of you and your hard work. You represent the best of our state and the future of this nation. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of Julian L. McFillips, Jr., the people's lawyer of Alabama, who passed away on April 12, 2025, at the age of 78. Julian was a compassionate lawyer, a devoted family man, an obedient man of God, a dedicated servant leader in Montgomery, Alabama, and a dear mentor who was instrumental in my personal and professional development. Julian was born in Birmingham and raised in Coleman, Alabama. He was a gifted athlete and a graduate of Sewanee Military Academy. He became an All-American wrestler at Princeton and graduated cum laude in 1968 with a degree in history. He earned his law degree from Columbia University Law School in 1971 and began his legal career on Wall Street. Julian returned to Alabama in 1975 and launched his own Montgomery-based law firm in 1978, which became known as McFillips Schimbaum LLP. As a lawyer in Alabama for over 5 decades, Julian gave a voice to the voiceless, representing the marginalized and disenfranchised. He took a bold stand against discrimination of all kinds and was a champion for civil rights, labor rights, and social justice. Among his many victories, Julian successfully challenged laws targeting low-income Alabamians and civil rights activists, and he secured acquittals in all 5 death penalty cases he undertook. His fearless advocacy for the marginalized earned him the moniker of the people's lawyer. He was a brilliant lawyer, fierce advocate, and a generous investor in people and just causes. Julian's heart was his family. His beloved wife, Leslie, his 3 children, Rachel, Grace, and David, and his 7 grandchildren, as well as his surviving siblings, his 2 sisters, Sandra and Elizabeth, and his brother, Frank. On a personal note, my life's journey was paved by many mentors, but none more influential than the special relationship I shared with Julian McFillips. It was a phone call from Julian when I was a senior at Selma High School, inviting me to his home to learn about Princeton, that set my life on a different course. Julian had read a newspaper article about my winning national debate tournaments and got in touch with me through my high school guidance counselor. Julian's love for Princeton was infectious, and his insistence that I apply was relentless. He wrote me a glowing recommendation letter telling the admissions officers that with a Princeton education, I would surely be the Barbara Jordan of Alabama. There were countless times throughout my life's journey that Julian stood in the gap, making sure that I didn't fall through the cracks. It was Julian that gave me a summer job before college at his law offices so I could save money for school. And while my parents could not afford to visit Princeton, it was Julian and Leslie that came to campus for athletic and alumni events and always took me and my roommates out to lunch or dinner. And when I graduated from Harvard Law School, it was Julian who suggested that I apply to work at his old New York law firm, Davis Polk & Wardwell, and made the call. And when I moved back to Alabama 7 years later, after my father's massive stroke, it was Julian who suggested that I give his brother Frank a call to learn about his Birmingham law firm, Maynard Cooper & Gale. And when I decided to run for Congress, yes, it was the McFillips brothers, Julian and Frank, that gave me my first checks. When Julian believed in something or someone, he was relentless. Julian's faith in me was unwavering, and his kindness knew no bounds. His belief was so powerful that he made me believe in me too. And so when his prediction came true, it was Julian and Leslie that stood with my parents as I placed my hand on our family Bible to be sworn in as Alabama's first Black Congresswoman. There are times in a person's life that changes the trajectory of one's life. Some may call it serendipity, but I call it divine intervention. To Leslie and the entire McFillips family, I say thank you. Thank you for sharing Julian with me and my family. To Julian, I say thank you for being one of the angels in my life. I am so proud to call you a lifelong mentor and friend, and I am forever grateful for the profound impact that Julian had on my life. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Alabama's 7th Congressional District, I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring the extraordinary life and legacy of the people's lawyer, Julian L. McFillips, Jr. May his legacy live on the many lives that he touched. Rest in power and peace, my dear friend. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring good news today talking about what is happening right here in our great house. First and foremost, what I'm most pleased about is that isn't it refreshing that when politicians talk during election time, they actually, for a change, keep the promises they made to the public. The president promised the idea that we would get America back on track, secure our border, and reduce taxes for those hardest hit over the last 4 years. And so when you look at the tax bill they're working on, what's called the Big Beautiful Bill, the great thing about it is that who gets helped most? Those folks who earn overtime, who earn tips, who have earned Social Security. Those are the folks being helped by this tax package we're putting together. And one of the myths that's out there over and over I hear on this floor every day is that somehow this is a big tax cut for the rich. Well, let me inform the public real clear. The current tax rate for the rich is 37%. Under this bill, the tax rate will be 37%. So when you look at the actual tax cut packages for those folks who were hardest hit with high food prices, rent prices, gas prices, and are now finally getting relief, let alone families who are enjoying the largest tax cut in American history with this package. It's smart policy to reward those families that make America work every single day, and to recognize that sometimes the government has left them behind, and we need to step up and help those folks most in need. Second is the issue that a lot of people talked about, in fact, in my campaign, the most. It was the issue of the border. That talk about almost 10 million people came here, not just illegally, we don't even know who the heck they are. They could be all kinds of vicious, and we want to make sure that when we let people into this country, that they're the right people who assist and contribute to society as opposed to take, let alone violent actions to society. And the good news to reporters is that the number of people coming across the border is down 99%. It didn't take a new law. It simply meant enforcing the law. And those people who are enforcing the law are men and women in the military, including my own son, who's in the United States Air Force. And the great news is, because America's spirit is back, the enlistment numbers are at record levels. A year ago, they're at record lows. Now we're at record highs. That is the kind of enthusiasm that people have once again for America, as the chants of USA will permeate not just, of course, at the baseball stadium tonight, but across America, because we believe that America is back. The respect is back, especially after the failures of what happened in Afghanistan. So with this in mind, how do we move forward? One of the things that's really disappointed me is this debate we've had about Medicaid. And I happen to know a lot about Medicaid because I'm a former member of the state Senate in Florida. And Medicaid is the fastest growing government program in our state. And it's clear, so everyone understands, it's not Medicare, it's Medicaid. Medicaid is a program that is simply known as welfare health care, helping people most in need. Persons in nursing homes, the disabled, kids from low-income families, pregnant women. That is an essential program. And we want to help those people who are truly our most vulnerable. But the demagoguery on this issue has really gone over the top. And it's really frustrating as a person who actually understands Medicaid that we're not cutting one single person out of that program who truly qualifies for that program. The only people to be out of that program or, quote, lose health care are people who lied on their application and are no longer eligible. Second, if a person is an illegal alien, they will not get Medicaid. And people are saying, well, that's not true. Well, ask the governor of California. He even talked about how he's got to make sure that we can't allow illegal aliens on Medicaid. And third and finally is the issue of, if you're able to work, you should work. You should not be a ward of the state. You should not be getting free health care when other people are working hard to pay their $1,500 or $2,000 a month to get health care. These are common sense realities. It's something that Bill Clinton and others talked about in the late 90s, the idea of from welfare to work, that it should not be a permanent state because God did not put you on this earth to be a ward of the state. I'm proud to support the big, beautiful bill because it keeps the campaign promises that the president talked about. We help the people hardest hit over the last 4 years, and we bring the American dream back to America by investing in people instead of investing in more and more government. I'm looking forward to working with the president and, more importantly, to signing this bill later this year so we can see these programs in action and move this country forward and empower America. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise today on behalf of our neighbors and community members, immigrants, our immigrant brothers and sisters who are being targeted and abducted, taken from their homes, torn away from their babies, disappeared on their way to church, work, and to school. Children crying in their teachers' arms. Families separated, communities traumatized if they've not already been kidnapped, fearful that there will be. Children crying in their teachers' arms, afraid that they're going to come home and their parents will be gone. Elders carrying all of their medications with them and their comings and goings for fear of being abducted and sent somewhere without access to necessary health care. We see a spike in no-shows and cancellations in health clinics as patients would rather miss critical care than risk detainment. We see young parents and grandparents alike attending their immigration court hearings, eager to officially call this country home, only to be met with handcuffs and shoved into cars by masked ICE individuals. This is Donald Trump's America. But these are real people, hardworking people, whose labor and contributions make our communities a better place. Young people who show up every day in our schools as part of our learning communities. These are mothers and fathers working overtime to provide for their children. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, my Chelsea constituent Kenya and her 3 children were driving to a Mother's Day church service with her husband Daniel when ICE agents in unmarked vehicles ambushed them, broke the passenger side side window, forcefully extracted Daniel from the car, and slammed his face in the sidewalk while their 3 children watched on in horror. And in East Boston, my constituent Mercedes and her son are struggling after her husband Jose was arrested at work and detained for 2 days at an ICE facility in Burlington. Jose was living here legally with temporary protected status, but was told by the ICE agents who detained him that only people born here have rights. These are real people, children and adults alike traumatized, whose lives have been disturbed, upended, and irreparably harmed. Donald Trump and ICE claim that they are committing this assault on our communities in the name of safety. Terror makes no one safe. It does the opposite. It sows chaos, it breeds fear, and it fosters unrest. From my home in the Massachusetts 7th, where mothers have wept on my shoulder, pleading for their husbands to come home, for their families to be reunited, to Los Angeles, where Donald Trump sent the National Guard and Marines to descend on justice-seeking, peaceful protesters, the hurt and harm of this hostile White House is felt by us all. This has nothing to do with law and order. That is laughable, coming from the most godless, lawless Oval Office occupant in our history. This has everything to do with power and control. Deploying the National Guard without a governor's approval, taking unwarranted and unprecedented action against peaceful justice seekers and freedom fighters. We must see our neighbors' humanity in this moment. Yet across the country, occupant Trump is working overtime to be a fascist dictator, to weaponize our government against its own people, to sow fear and chaos, to silence dissenting voices in our communities, at our colleges, in the courts, and in fact, even in Congress. These actions are lawless, a complete violation of our constitutional rights to due process, void of common sense and compassion. Know this for those of you watching at home who might be tempted to think that this is not your problem. An extremist march towards fascism is everyone's problem. Trust me, if you're not already suffering, you will be. And we need solidarity and resistance and a rejection in this moment of these attacks on our immigrant communities. An attack on our immigrant communities is an attack on all of us. As a woman of faith, my God tells me to welcome the stranger. Do not be indifferent to the suffering of your neighbors. Immigrants make our country a better place. Immigrants make America great. And our immigrant brothers and sisters deserve to call this country home. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Members of this body are required to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kippen.
Would you pray with me? God and Father of us all, in just a few short hours after weeks of practice and hours of coaching, sides will be drawn, each boasting in their finesse and their prowess, ready to address their worthy opponents on the battlefield of the Congressional baseball game. And when the first pitch is thrown and the batter swings, we pray you protect each player, safeguarding them from their own enthusiasm, that each will finish the game without injury or ignominy, and will walk away with a deepened respect for the courage and conviction that each player has brought to the game. So too in this arena, where the teams are formed up, the positions taken, and the hours of preparation and debate have led these legislators to a far more crucial competition. We pray you watch over their efforts and your protection over each one as they strive to serve their constituents and preserve our Constitution. And like players who unite their efforts to benefit the future of DC's youth, may each here play their positions with integrity and to the best of the abilities with which you have graced them. May they work together to find common ground in their pursuit of the common good for the people of this country. We offer our prayers and ourselves to the glory of your grace plan. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman is recognized.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my mark.
The gentleman is so recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to announce that America has a new baseball team, and that baseball team is the Murray State Racers, located in Murray, Kentucky. Murray State is a real-life Cinderella story. Murray State was the number 4 seed after winning the Missouri Valley Conference. They played in the Oxford Regional, where, of course, Ole Miss is, and they beat Ole Miss twice and Georgia Tech once to advance to the Super Regional. Then Murray State did what every blue-blooded Kentucky Wildcat fan could only dream of. They beat Duke, and they didn't just beat Duke on their home court, on their home field once. They beat Duke twice to advance to Omaha to the College World Series. This is a historic achievement for a small school. Murray State defied the odds in the era of NIL and big contracts and players getting paid. This is a group of baseball players that want to play ball. They play hard every game. They weren't highly recruited, and they win. So congratulations to Coach Circa and the Murray State Racers and the entire Murray, Kentucky community. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
The President has our troops sleeping in squalor, not on the battlefields of Afghanistan or Iraq, but in Los Angeles. And I guess this is what you would expect from somebody who has described our brave war dead as suckers and losers. We were promised that the immigration policy would deport the most violent criminals. That's something I support. That's something everyone here supports. Instead, it's deported a 4-year-old American citizen battling cancer. It detained a U.S. Marshal over the weekend. Nobody is asking for this. Our troops deserve much better. And the cost of this, $134 million of your hard-earned tax dollars. $134 million. Mr. President, take the troops out of Los Angeles and get back to a sane immigration policy that only deports the most violent in our community and addresses the real workforce crisis in agriculture, hospitality, childcare, we can do better. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. And members are reminded to direct statements through the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tim Moore of North Carolina. The Chinese Communist Party is committing genocide against the Uighur Muslim population. 4 years ago, I was grateful to join with Congressman Jim Banks, now Senator, as the first members of Congress to call to declare Chinese Communist Party crimes against the Uighur population as genocide. Only a week later, President Trump carefully declared these crimes a genocide. The Chinese Communist Party is eliminating the Uighur population through slave labor, forced sterilization, and mass detention. Today, Uighur retired Dr. Gusham Abbas will spend her 63rd birthday unjustly imprisoned by the Chinese Communist Party in retaliation for her family's courageous advocacy in America. It is important that Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service be able to confirm that Congress stands for the immediate release of Dr. Abbas. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstating existing laws to protect American families through peace, through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, mocking Trump with murderous drone attacks intended for hospitals in Ukraine. I yield back.
The gentleman from the other Carolina yields back. For what purpose does my fellow North Carolinian seek recognition?
Deja vu to my again speaker. Ask for unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to honor the remarkable life and legacy of Dr. Richard Aken, who dedicated 14 years of his life as chancellor at East Carolina University. Dr. Aken was my mentor, my instructor, and my dear friend. He inspired me to pursue a doctoral degree in education, and I will always be grateful for that. Dr. Aken was one of the most compassionate and insightful leaders I've ever known. He earned his BA in math from Genova College and his MA and PhD in math from Washington State University. Before his time at East Carolina, he held several administrative positions at Bowling Green State University. He did all of this while always wearing an infectious smile. His gentle yet impactful approach left a mark on Pirate Nation and everyone who learned from him. My heartfelt prayers are with his wonderful wife, Jo, and their family. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman speaker from North Carolina seek recognition?
Asked to address the House for 1 minute and advise extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a sad occasion as I rise to honor the life of firefighter Jake Bridges, who was a firefighter with the Hickory Fire Department in North Carolina and from Cleveland County, my home county, who tragically passed away in the line of duty at just 20 years old. Jake graduated from Gaston College Fire Academy and joined the Hickory Fire Department in 2023 as a certified Level 2 firefighter and an EMT. In that short time, he earned the respect of all who served alongside him. In the early morning hours of June 5th, after battling a fire and returning to the station, Jake suffered a sudden medical emergency while preparing the truck for service. Jake's courage and commitment to serving others reflect the best of North Carolina. He gave his life protecting and serving his community. We will never forget his name, his sacrifice, or the example he set. I ask my colleagues and the nation to remember his family in your thoughts and prayers. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Northern California seek recognition?
The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and provide in my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in the futile chase to try
to reduce the amount of CO2, carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, many trillions of dollars around the U.S., other Western countries, the enlightened countries, are going to be wasted chasing this endeavor. Now, the average person, when I ask them, how much CO2 do you believe there is in the atmosphere? With all the hype, with all the fear that has been put on for the last couple decades by the left, by the enviro groups, I get numbers like, oh, what, 20%, 50%, 70%. Even people I ask in committee that are supposed to know, they're supposed to be experts, give me numbers that are way out of line with the actual number. Well, my graph right here shows what it really is in the atmosphere. Nitrogen, 78%, oxygen, 21%. Doesn't leave a whole lot left for the CO2 threat to mankind, is it? You actually find that skinny one right there, 0.04%. We're going to ruin our economy in order to sequester carbon, to spend all this money and not run power plants like in California, for example, because they have to have permission to operate only if they capture CO2 out of the atmosphere or out of their exhaust and shove it underground and store it for who knows how long to what effect. The CO2 thing is a scam. This climate change talk is harmful to our country and other Western countries that have bought into it. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is going to develop and use more oil and gas than ever. The trends are going to skyrocket up in developing countries. China builds more coal power plants than you can shake a stick at. Only the U.S. is going to be the one suffering from chasing the CO2 thing to reduce it from 0.04% to what, 0.035%. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 1136, an act to authorize sentencing enhancements for certain criminal offenses directed by or coordinated with foreign governments, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 489, I call up the bill, Senate 331, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 331, an act to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Rule 489, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Energy and Commerce or their respective designee. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on S331.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, most members in this chamber know someone who's been affected by the drug overdose epidemic plaguing our country. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in 2023, there were more than 107,000 overdose deaths that occurred in the United States. These staggering numbers are due in large part to the increasing presence of fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, which are approximately 100 times more potent than morphine and 50 times more potent than heroin. The lethal dose of fentanyl is just 2 milligrams, or about 4 grains of sand. A loophole that the cartels have tried to use to traffic their illicit fentanyl into our country is by changing one part of fentanyl's chemical structure to create fentanyl analogs. The cartels did this in an attempt to evade our criminal laws. Right now, fentanyl analogs are considered Schedule I substances, but only because of a series of temporary scheduling orders, and that order is now set to expire on September 30th of this year. That is why the Halt Fentanyl Act, led by myself and my friend, gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, in the House, and then Senators Cassidy and Heinrich in the Senate, is critically needed. This bill aims to curb overdose deaths by permanently scheduling fentanyl analogs as Schedule I substances, Mr. Speaker. This will strengthen the law enforcement's ability to prosecute fentanyl traffickers and act as a deterrent. The Halt Fentanyl Act promotes research by improving the registration process so eligible individuals can conduct studies on Schedule I substances with the appropriate safeguards. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, we have heard there may be as many as 4,800 analogs. My understanding is that experts at NIH and FDA and other agencies have studied roughly 30 of those 4,800 analogs. By encouraging research of Schedule I substances like fentanyl analogs, we can better understand how these substances work and how we can prevent potentially harmful impacts in the future. The temporary bans, Mr. Speaker, did not deal with the research component. So without this bill, we cannot legally do the research on the analogs that may someday be found to have medical benefits. Because fentanyl itself has a proven medical use, it is considered a Schedule II drug. But illicit derivatives of fentanyl, also called fentanyl analogs, currently have no demonstrated medical value. Let me be clear, this bill will have no impact whatsoever on a physician's ability to administer fentanyl in medical settings. HALT deals specifically with fentanyl analogs, not medicinal fentanyl. We must address this bipartisan issue immediately and not allow this temporary extension to expire in September. Once fentanyl analogs are permanently placed into Schedule I, Congress will continue to build off this work to continue to address the illicit fentanyl crisis in our country. According to a 2021 GAO report, there was a 90% decrease in these fentanyl analogs coming into our country the year they were placed temporarily into Schedule I. This bill is a critical step in combating the opioid crisis in our country because China and Mexico are heavily involved in this business. China sends the precursors of fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, the API or active pharmaceutical ingredients, to the cartels in Mexico, who are then making the drugs and bringing it across our borders. By making these analogs permanently Schedule I, it removes the incentive to traffic these drugs into our country due to the penalties if you are caught. China has even realized the risk of fentanyl analogs themselves and permanently scheduled these analogs on their strictest schedule. Other countries have followed suit and done the same. This bill received bipartisan support on the House floor with a vote of 312 to 108 in February. The bill has the support of many law enforcement agencies and other entities calling for the need to pass the bill. With passage of this version of the bill, it will be sent to the President's desk, and I am hopeful the President will sign this bill into law quickly so that we can continue to combat this crisis and begin research in earnest to see if there's any benefit from any of the analogs that may help people who are afflicted, having been addicted by accident or on purpose to fentanyl. I urge all of my colleagues to support Senate 331, the Halt Fentanyl Act, and, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to S. 331, the Halt Fentanyl Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the House...
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House approved this bill in February, and since that time, the Trump administration has set its sights on dismantling our nation's public health infrastructure, including the agency directly responsible for addressing mental health and substance abuse disorders. Republicans are going to claim today that they are addressing the opioid overdose crisis with this bill, but this is nothing but a distraction from the fact that Republicans continue to silently stand by and allow the Trump administration to gut our public health agencies. Republicans are also attempting to distract from the fact that last month they passed the largest cuts to health care in American history as part of their big ugly bill. Republicans are stripping health care away from 16 million Americans so they can give giant tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations, two groups that don't need any help right now. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the last couple of years, we've made significant progress in addressing the opioid overdose crisis. Last year, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced a 24% decline in drug overdose deaths for the 12 months ending in September of 2024 compared to the previous year. This is encouraging news, but I am deeply concerned that the Trump administration's attacks on public health, coupled with the Republican attacks on Americans' health care, will seriously threaten the improvements we've made. The bill before us today permanently schedules fentanyl-related substances on Schedule I of the Controlled Substances Act. This is based on a class definition disputed by scientists. And I oppose this bill because it's a permanent extension instead of a temporary one that we agreed on for 2 years in the end of the year appropriations package. Now, that bipartisan package was pushed aside by Speaker Johnson after Elon Musk voiced his opposition to the overall package. The temporary option would have left the door open for an off-ramp to substances found to have potential medical applications. But this Republican bill would also exacerbate inequities in our criminal justice system because drugs placed on Schedule I include mandatory minimum sentencing. And S331 also does not provide additional resources for prevention, treatment, recovery, or harm reduction. So the bill is essentially recycling an incarceration first response to what I consider mainly a public health challenge. And that's because Republicans don't want to talk about this as a public health challenge. Instead, President Trump and House Republicans want to focus on piecemeal policies in the hopes it will distract from their efforts to gut Medicaid and drug treatment programs. Now, Republicans are sabotaging Medicaid, which will be devastating to people who struggle with mental health and substance use issues. Medicaid is the single largest payer in the country for behavioral health services, covering 40% 30% of all Americans with opioid use disorder. Americans with substance use and mental health issues will face new barriers and red tape for signing up for and staying enrolled in their health insurance. House Republicans are setting up new barriers and roadblocks to care that will unfortunately result in our mental health and substance abuse crisis and only make it worse. And Republicans are silently standing by as the Trump administration is moving forward with an unauthorized and illegal plan to eliminate the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, better known as SAMHSA. SAMHSA is the very agency responsible for preventing substance use disorder, increasing access to treatment, and promoting recovery. It will be combined with other agencies that the Trump administration doesn't care about under the banner of a larger Make America Healthy Again office. And these critical programs to treat mental health and substance abuse will be deprioritized or eliminated in favor of cabinet member, Secretary RFK Jr.'s pet projects like destroying Americans' access to vaccines. He's going to prioritize that and not SAMHSA and substance abuse treatment. And Congress has received zero information from the Trump administration about how this new office will work and how the work of SAMHSA to address the mental health and substance use treatment needs of our communities will be prioritized. I'd like to enter into the record, Mr. Speaker, if I could, I'd ask unanimous consent, a letter from the nation's leading mental health and substance use treatment organizations. It's called the Mental Health Liaison Group. And this letter is in strong opposition to the Trump administration's efforts to eliminate SAMHSA, as well as their efforts to drastically cut funding and eliminate critical SAMHSA programs. And as they write in
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as they write in this letter, and I'll just quote, these proposals would have, quote, devastating consequences for the 84.5 million Americans with a mental health and or substance use disorder, many of whom rely on SAMHSA's programs, research, oversight, and leadership to address critical mental health and substance use disorder needs. And that's the end of the quote. Mr. Speaker, the Trump administration is also rescinding more than $1 billion in essential funding that states rely on through block grants. This rescission is wreaking havoc on states' efforts to support prevention, treatment, and recovery because states and counties and towns are the main places where these treatment programs are. So my Republican colleagues refuse to hold this administration to account for these devastating and illegal cuts. Instead, they're trying to distract with this bill. This bill is opposed by nearly 190 national, state, and local public health, criminal justice, and civil rights organizations. So I oppose the bill, encourage my colleagues to oppose it as well. I don't want anyone to misunderstand. What I'm saying is if you don't treat mental health and substance abuse as a public health crisis, and instead you just say we're going to throw everybody in jail, we're going to have mandatory sentences and throw everybody, lock the door, throw away the key. I don't think that's going to solve the problem. And I will continue to highlight that while Republicans propose these mandatory sentences and want to make this a permanent, put fentanyl permanently on this schedule, that is not the answer to this mental health crisis. It is not the answer. The answer is to provide adequate treatment, education, also to prevent the drugs from coming into the country, but not to just put people in jail and throw away the key. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 3 minutes to my colleague who has helped lead the charge on this legislation for many years now, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend for yielding time to me. For over 4 years, I've worked tirelessly with my colleague from Virginia's 9th District to pass the Halt Fentanyl Act. In 2023, we saw over 107,000 overdose deaths, 75,000 of those attributed to synthetic opioids, especially fentanyl-related substances. Currently, fentanyl and fentanyl analogs temporarily fall under Schedule I of the Controlled Substances Act, the CSA, due to a temporary scheduling order that runs through September 30th of this year. This bill would permanently place fentanyl analogs into Schedule I of the CSA. A Schedule I controlled substance is a drug, substance, or chemical that has a high potential for abuse has no currently accepted medical value, and is subject to regulatory controls and administrative, civil, and criminal penalties. Today, this chamber is permanently scheduling fentanyl-related substances as Schedule 1. We owe it to our communities, our constituents, the families, and to the victims. Cartels are quite literally killing Americans for 10 cents. Among teens, fentanyl poisoning accounted for an average of 22 deaths per week in 2022. Fentanyl is the #1 cause of death among adults 18 to 49, more than cancer, heart disease, and car accidents. This is about criminal justice reform. This is about victims getting justice. Currently, to trigger a 10-year mandatory minimum, an offense must involve 100 or more grams of a mixture containing a fentanyl analog. 2 milligrams of fentanyl will kill. It means 100 grams of fentanyl analog can kill roughly 50,000 people. I thank our Senate colleagues for passing this critical legislation, and I encourage all my House colleagues to support the HALT Fentanyl Act so we can get this to the President's desk and to stop the greatest poisoning in American history. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans, I think, know that we can't simply schedule our way out of this crisis, but they've refused to pass bipartisan solutions that address prevention, treatment, and recovery to help stop overdose deaths. I know that they reauthorized the Support Act last week, but the bottom line is that all the programs under the Support Act that have helped treatment, help with education, cause the number of overdose deaths to decline are being gutted, and the staff that administer them and SAMHSA, the program that they're under, all these things are being either eliminated or gutted or the funding frozen by the Trump administration. But my point today is this is not just a criminal justice issue. We must combat this opioid crisis through a multi-pronged public health approach. Nearly half of all people in federal prison today have been convicted of a drug-related offense, with a racial and ethnic disparity among those convictions. Access to treatment remains a challenge today. In 2023, according to SAMHSA, approximately 1/4 of the people who were classified as needing substance use treatment received it in the last year, and people with a substance use disorder who are untreated are 8 times more likely to die of an overdose compared to those who receive medication treatment. So just putting people away and locking the key is not the answer, and cutting back on the treatment programs, the education programs under SAMHSA is certainly going to make things worse. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would now like to recognize for 2 minutes speaking on the measure the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Kentucky.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman for yielding, and I appreciate the time. You're not going to solve this problem by, it's not the answer to the problem. You're not going to solve this problem by only putting people in jail and throwing away the key. But I will tell you, there are people who are purveyors of this illicit fentanyl that deserve to be put in jail and throw away the key. That's what we have to do to the people that are selling this poison to our children. We have people that have testified before our committee that their child took Adderall before a test, and it was laced with fentanyl. So they were poisoned. It's not that they just had addiction issues. There's also just poisoning our communities. And so there are people selling this, and they're purveying it and creating it and growing and creating it chemically. And so what we do on the Energy and Commerce Committee, today we're doing the HALT Fentanyl Act to address the criminal justice side of it. But my friend from New Jersey is correct. We also have to address the issues of people that are suffering from substance use disorder. And we did that in the Support Act. We had over, I think, 350 votes on the floor. It was broadly bipartisan on the floor of the House, and we are committed to ensuring that people have access to treatment. But we are equally committed to ensuring that people that are purveying this poison on our communities, our cities, bringing it across the border, deserve to have their day in court, deserve to answer to justice, and deserve, if it be the case that these are the people poisoning our children, they should be put in jail and the key thrown away. Our committee will not apologize for that. It takes all of the above approach for this issue, and we're willing to do all the above approach. And I ask my colleagues to support this bill. It's extremely important. The DEA alone has said that they support this, and it's time we do it. And I will ask this body to support it, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
The chairman of our committee knows I have great respect for him, but the bottom line is that this bill does not consider individual circumstances. It's not just people that are selling drugs. Look, I totally agree with you that if someone is selling fentanyl, it's a totally different situation from someone who is arrested for possessing it. But the fact of the matter is this bill covers both. Those who possess it are using it for themselves, those who are selling it, and maybe those who have a huge ring of selling it. My point is that when you have mandatory minimums, all those people come under the same rubric. And, the legislation, because it now makes permanent fentanyl on the Schedule 1, the mandatory minimums apply, and the harsh penalties do not consider individual circumstances. So I don't want to keep repeating, but I will, about how the legislation has no resources for prevention or treatment and just simply locks people up. But the point is that you're going to have families and communities that because of the minimum sentencing and the inability of the judge to look at the individual circumstances, we're going to repeat the same mistakes that we made for many years responding to other drugs. Right now we know that people of color have been disproportionately incarcerated and sentenced to mandatory minimum sentences. The trend of racial disparity also can be seen in prosecutions for offenses involving fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. The Sentencing Commission data from fiscal years 2021 to 23 provides strong evidence that these prosecutions disproportionately target people of color. I'd like to get beyond the point here when we debate these bills of saying that mandatory sentencing is a good thing, regardless of whether you're charged with possession or selling or how much you're selling. But that's not what this bill does. You get locked up. There's no individual circumstances considered. And we know the consequences of that for people in many cases who, in my opinion, if it was the judge, would not impose these harsh mandatory penalties. But I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from Florida for 2 minutes speaking on the measure.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia, who's the original sponsor, along with Bob Latta, Representative Latta from the great state of Ohio. This is a very, very important bill, and I strongly urge that the House pass this particular bill. For far too long, our communities have been plagued by poisonings from fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances. Every one of our congressional districts have been affected by this crisis. Kids are dying, folks. They're dying, and we've got to make this permanent. Illicit drugs have poured across the border, made it on the streets, and affected our communities, every one of our communities. They're often mixed with other illicit drugs, and users are often unaware of the presence and potent effects, which makes the danger even harder to stop. I mean, you hear stories on a regular basis where kids go out and party, and they shouldn't be using recreational drugs. But they don't deserve to die when fentanyl is... You heard the example just today by our chairman with regard to some of these drugs. You can say marijuana, what have you, and other drugs. And the kids should not be using these drugs. but they don't deserve to die. They're laced with fentanyl, and it's just awful. Awful for the kids, but also for the families and the friends of the kids. We must ensure that law enforcement has the tools it needs to address these threats, and that's what we're doing today. The Halt Fentanyl Act will permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances as a Class 1 drug. This is long overdue, and I know my good friend Mr. Griffith and also Mr. Latta have been working on this for years. So this must pass the United States Senate after we get it out of the House today. Thank you. We need to save lives. That's the bottom line. I appreciate it, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserved. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve. I think my colleague has more speakers.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I now recognize the chairman of the Health Subcommittee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Halt Fentanyl Act, which permanently extends President Trump's 2018 Schedule 1 classification of fentanyl-related substances. Mr. Speaker, the United States is facing a poisoning epidemic, and it is caused by illicit fentanyl and its related substances that are pouring over our borders and into our communities. In 2023, under the Biden-Harris administration, more than 107,000 people died of drug overdoses, roughly 75,000 of whom died from synthetic opioids, largely illicit fentanyl or fentanyl-related substances. Included in that number is a family from Georgia who lost their 2 sons, 22-year-old Gannon and 19-year-old Max, to fentanyl poisoning. We cannot allow this lawlessness and tragedy to continue to tear our communities apart. That is why we must stop deadly fentanyl from flooding across our borders and crack down on traffickers. President Trump has already made progress by securing our borders, and Congress must support him in this critical effort. That's why we must pass the Halt Fentanyl Act that is before us today. Mr. Speaker, let's pass this bill, secure our borders, stem the tide of the growing fentanyl crisis, and save lives. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is fentanyl poisoning. We're not talking about addiction here. We're talking about one pill that poisons, that kills people, and that's what we're trying to prevent here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I listened to what the chairman of our health subcommittee said, and I'm not arguing with him that we have to look at the fentanyl crisis in many ways, particularly at the border, and prevent it from coming into the country from China and other places that flood this country with it. But my point is that what we're hearing from the Trump administration and from the Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy Jr., is that we're going to defund substance use disorder programs, mental health programs, and treatment. And the fact of the matter is that about 58% of the people in prison now have a substance use disorder. People with these disorders have challenges in getting appropriate treatment, and often incarceration exacerbates their symptoms. So by having these mandatory penalties, putting more people in prison, who in many cases are only there because of mandatory sentences for possession of fentanyl and analogs, it only exacerbates their condition. It leads to individuals staying incarcerated longer, and they don't get the treatment. In the congressional justification for the Trump administrations for a healthy America, HHS proposes, the agency proposes, to cut various substance use and mental health programs that are helping state and local health departments combat the opioid crisis. For fiscal year 26, the Department of Health and Human Services proposes a zero-out state opioid response grants, the Community Mental Health Service Block Grant, the first responder training, youth prevention and recovery programs, and many, many more. I talked about this recently. The bottom line is if you zero out all these programs, I think it's over $1 billion that's already been frozen. You're going to have nothing locally. You're going to have no opportunity locally to actually help people with treatment and education. And all you're going to do now is just throw them in prison which only exacerbates the problem. In the president's budget, they propose to cut SAMHSA programs that assist with harm reduction strategies to help those in need, as well as programs that help prevent Americans from controlled substances. The president budget also calls for reducing opioid overdose prevention and surveillance by $29 million. I think that every dollar that's cut for prevention, for treatment, for education is a life that's left unprotected. And terminating these critical programs and offices just put millions of lives battling substance use in jeopardy. I just wish my colleagues would spend as much time on these issues and protecting public health and coming up with solutions instead of retreading a bill that prioritizes this criminal justice approach, which I think doesn't work. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserved. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of S-331, the Halt Fentanyl Act. Mr. Speaker, opioid overdoses have become an epidemic in this country. Last year, over 100,000 Americans lost their lives to overdose, and fentanyl poisoning is the driving force behind that. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not just the country at large that's experienced this problem. In my own district, we've seen an over 1,000% increase in the rate of fentanyl poisoning and deaths. Mr. Speaker, I had the most difficult day in my over 20 years in public office recently when I had to console one of my constituents, a mother who lost both of her sons in the same day to the same fentanyl poisoning event. We must give our law enforcement the tools to combat this problem. This bill does exactly that. It permanently reschedules fentanyl and its analogs as a Schedule I narcotic, and it gives our law enforcement agencies the tools that they need to begin dealing with this problem. That's why I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the House version of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote in support of it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I was going to continue to reserve. Does the gentleman have additional speakers?
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Guthrie and Congressman Griffith for your leadership on the issue. This is a historic moment, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans are delivering on a promise to stop the flow of deadly fentanyl that for years has been flooding our communities and tragically tearing families apart. Today, drug overdose is the leading cause of accidental death across the country, and fentanyl-driven overdoses are the leading cause of death for American adults between 18 and 45 years of age. That's because it's cheap to make, easy to transport, and so potent, just a few milligrams can be lethal. Addressing the spread of illicit and illegal fentanyl-related substances has been a top priority not only for myself, but for many other colleagues in this House. It's hard for me to believe what I'm hearing from the minority right now. One of the first pieces of legislation that we introduced in the 117th Congress was stopping the Overdose of Fentanyl Analogs Act. SOFA is the same acronym as an organization started by Laurie Baudra of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, Saving Others for Archie. Archie was her son. Laurie has worked to raise awareness of the dangers of drug addiction throughout Wisconsin following the loss of her son Archie to a fentanyl overdose. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to personally recognize the work of Laurie as well as Dr. Timothy Westlake of Waukesha, Wisconsin, for spearheading legislation in the Wisconsin State Legislature that culminated in the bill being debated before us today. Since 2017, they have been working on a permanent solution, and that is scheduling fentanyl as a Substance I item. It is the most important thing that this House of Representatives will do in this Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserved. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield now 3 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, who is our Assistant Majority Leader.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 3 minutes.
Minority Leader.
I think the gentleman, I want to first say thank you to the ranking member for his leadership in addressing the scourge of fentanyl overdoses across our country. I serve as one of the co-chairs of the bipartisan fentanyl prevention trafficking caucus with Representative Issa and Representative Madeline Dean, and it's certainly an issue that we have worked tirelessly on and appreciate the bipartisan cooperation, notwithstanding, obviously, the disagreements with respect to this particular bill, and I think the ranking member has spoken really eloquently with respect to his concerns. I want to say thank you for the ranking member indulging me and giving me a few minutes to speak on the floor, because at the conclusion of this debate, I intend to make a unanimous consent request of the chair, and I would hope that it's a consent request that everyone in this House could agree to. As many of my colleagues, of course, are well aware, it was a terrible, heinous terrorist attack in my district 10 days ago in Boulder, Colorado. We've introduced a resolution, H.R. 481. It's a bipartisan resolution. Several of my Republican colleagues have joined me on this resolution. It denounces anti-Semitism, condemns the horrific attack in my community, lifts up the organization Run for Their Lives, which was heinously targeted by this terrorist. This is an organization that's been working every week to peacefully call for the release of the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. I'm simply asking for this House to consider my resolution. This terrible attack happened in my district. I have no doubt that if Republican leadership just puts the resolution on the floor, it will pass unanimously in this House. I have no doubt. And so I'm just asking my colleagues to give us the opportunity to weigh in, or at least explain to us and explain to my constituents why this resolution that honors law enforcement, that honors the FBI and the Boulder Police Department that acted so swiftly in response to this terrorist attack, why my community is being deprived of that opportunity. And so I would just hope, I know my colleagues, of course I know Mr. Griffith in particular, I know him to be somebody who shares, I believe, my views as I've articulated them with respect to this particular attack, and would just hope that everyone would agree to give this resolution its due course. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize for 2 minutes the Vice Chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in strong support of the HALT Fentanyl Act, critical legislation to crack down on the criminals who produce, who traffic, and who sell fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances. Earlier this year, we were able to hear powerful testimony from two of my constituents, Ray and Deb Cullen, who tragically lost their son Zach to fentanyl poisoning. And unfortunately, they are not alone in this pathway to pain. Last year, one Pennsylvanian died from an overdose every 2 hours, with the overwhelming majority of those who passed resulting from fentanyl poisoning. We owe it to our future generations to end this plague on our society. By passing the HALT Fentanyl Act, our courageous Border Patrol and law enforcement officers will be more effective in removing fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances that come across our border and end up in our community, poisoning our children, our friends, our neighbors. Additionally, this legislation and the cartel members who are responsible for the spread of this poison. As a nation, we can no longer sit by while future generations of American workers, parents, and community leaders are taken away from us. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation today and to save the lives of so many throughout this great country. It is time to halt fentanyl. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we had this bill in the House back in February, and then it went to the Senate, and essentially what came back today for final approval or final passage is the same bill. And as was mentioned by my Republican colleagues, if it passes today, it goes straight to the president's desk. But at the time, in February, when we were discussing this bill, I had pointed out that President Trump had just pushed a scheme, really straight out of Project 2025, to choke off virtually all federal funding, including halting over $8.6 billion in grant funding for the federal programs to combat the opioid crisis. And at the time, the Congressional Republicans just stood by silently as it happened. He halted over, Trump that is, halted over $6.5 billion in funding for the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services, SAMHSA, which supports treatment programs and prevention efforts. He also halted nearly $1.5 billion in funding for the National Institutes of Health Drug Abuse and Addiction Research Programs, which conduct and support research on substance abuse and addiction, basically to better understand the causes of addiction and identify treatments and interventions that reduce overdoses. Trump also halted all federally funded programs that provide critical opioid-related services, including federally qualified health centers, which serve a high proportion of patients disproportionately impacted by the opioid crisis. And the Department of Health and Human Services also eliminated the workforce training programs, including the Integrated Substance Use Disorder Training Program, which trains professionals to provide opioid use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery services. Now, a lot of these things, we went to court, and many of them were overturned. But I don't want anyone to understand or to think that the president is giving up. He's going to continue his efforts to illegally cut these programs, and I've mentioned some of them before. And again, the House Republicans are doing nothing to halt any of this. In addition to that, I have to say that the big ugly bill, which was passed a couple of weeks ago by the Republicans, makes about, I think altogether between Medicaid, the ACA, and Medicare, because of sequestration, cuts about, I would say $1.7 or so trillion. And understand that Medicaid is the single largest payer for behavioral health services in the United States and covers nearly 40% of all individuals with opioid use disorder. Medicaid covers a full array of services and supports for people with behavioral health needs, including services and supports that typically are not covered by other health programs. So this is an assault on every effort for prevention and treatment of opioid disorders, whether it's cutting Medicaid, whether it's eliminating SAMHSA's programs, cutting the money that goes back to states and towns to help people with treatment. So again, this bill is a distraction because it gives the impression that if you lock somebody up with a mandatory penalty, even if it's just for possession, and throw away the key, that's going to solve your problem. It's not. And everything that the president is doing and the Republicans are doing to support him eliminates, if it not completely eliminates, really cuts back significantly on the treatment and the education that are going to be much more important in terms of trying to save people's lives. But with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the gentleman from Ohio, who I understand is the youngest Mr. Joyce in the House, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of Senate Bill 331, the HALT Fentanyl Act. This bipartisan bill will save lives by providing critical tools for law enforcement to combat the ongoing opioid crisis across our country. Thousands of Americans continue to die each year from fentanyl overdoses, and Ohio has been particularly hard hit by the epidemic. Prior to the temporary rescheduling in 2018, fentanyl-related substances could only be controlled individually, allowing cartel chemists to easily create new, uncontrolled compounds. This temporary rescheduling proved to be effective, as the new number of compounds since then has significantly declined. The prevalence of fentanyl-related substances and continued trafficking of dangerous narcotics across our southern border requires strong, decisive action from our Congress. According to the DEA, there were more than 36 million fentanyl pills and nearly 4,000 pounds of fentanyl powder seized in 2025. This represents over 157 million deadly doses. As a former prosecutor and a co-chair of the Addiction Treatment and Recovery Caucus, I understand the importance of law enforcement aggressively targeting traffickers and making sure that we are addressing societal challenges of addiction. Each life lost to an overdose is a tragedy. We must declare war on the drugs that are killing our kids in our community. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill and send it to the President's desk. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. I believe that I am prepared to close, but I'm curious as to how much time each side has.
Gentleman from Virginia has 10.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from New Jersey has 10 minutes remaining.
You're prepared to close? Then I'll close.
I'm sorry, gentleman from Virginia reserves.
I reserve and am prepared to close.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume. As I mentioned before, the bill before us today is the Senate companion to H.R. 27, which we voted on here in the House on February 6th of this year. But the two bills are identical other than a couple of minor punctuation differences, and so this bill would go to the President's desk, and he said he would sign it. But since that vote in February here in the House, the Trump administration has seriously threatened our nation's ability to confront the ongoing opioid overdose crisis by attempting to dismantle the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration, SAMHSA, as I mentioned, firing hundreds of workers, including senior key officials, and rescinding over $1 billion from state and local behavioral health programs. I continue to oppose this bill because it is a permanent extension of fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs, instead of the temporary one that we agreed on for 2 years in the end of the year 24 appropriations package. The temporary option would have left the door open for an off-ramp to substances found to have potential medical applications. This bill would also exacerbate inequities in our criminal justice system because drugs placed on Schedule I include mandatory minimum sentencing. So S331 also does not provide additional resources, as I've mentioned, for prevention, treatment, recovery, or harm reduction. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would urge my colleagues to vote no on the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman said, this is an identical bill to one that passed out of the House. There are a few technical changes the Senate made, including sticking their number on it instead of the House number. But other than that, it's essentially the same bill that this House passed, and frankly, with bipartisan support. I understand the gentleman's objections related to mandatory minimum sentences, but that is a different bill in a different day. That is not what this bill is about. This bill is about making fentanyl analogs Schedule I, or making all of them Schedule I substances. But the gentleman referenced that there's no off-ramp. And I would suggest to him that the off-ramp is in the eye of the beholder. What we did in this bill, and I think it's something that everybody on the floor can be proud of, is we put into this bill the capability to do extensive research by our research universities, by the NIH, by the FDA. We created a framework to do research on the 4,800 believed analogs of fentanyl. I believe it has two advantages. One, if we find one of these analogs that has no harm and even has a positive for some issue, that creates your off-ramp, because there's already an off-ramp in the law for drugs that show promise and that have a medicinal benefit. So that opens up other statutes. This one doesn't have that off-ramp, but other statutes do, that would allow, if somebody comes in and says, wow, look at what this does. It does good things in the X area or the Y area or whatever, that this bill has the component parts to make that possible. Unlike our Schedule I on marijuana, which never allowed research or realistic research, and created some of the dilemmas that we have today with that substance, we fixed that with this bill. Secondly, that research component, I believe if there's any benefit in the analogs at all, it may be that one of the analogs, I'm not saying it will, and I think the odds are slim, but it is possible that one of the analogs will have a blocking effect on the deadly aspects of fentanyl itself. And that would be a huge positive. So when my colleague says that it has nothing on dealing with the problem as far as people who have an addiction, he's right, not today. But that research component has great potential for the future. In the short run, we stop the Chinese bringing the precursors to Mexico and the Mexican cartels creating new analogs and trying to get around our laws by claiming it's not really fentanyl, it's an analog. We stop those attempts by the bad guys, the illegal people trying to bring this into our country and bringing it in, unfortunately, successfully. We stop it. We stop them using that technique to get around the law. And then we leave the door open for positive future benefits, if any, in the analogs. I'm proud to have helped draft this legislation. I'm proud to have drafted the part on the research component. And I am proud that, notwithstanding the fact they made a few tweaks and sent back a Senate bill and sent back mine and Mr. Latta's original House bill, I'm proud to stand here today in support of the Halt Fentanyl Act. And I urge all of my colleagues in this House to vote yes, send it to the President's desk. Let's make this a permanent law in the United States and make our kids just a little bit. As Chairman Guthrie said, it's not going to solve every problem, but it makes our kids just a little bit safer. And I yield back.
All time for debate has been yielded. Pursuant to House Resolution 489, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Ayes.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that H.R. 481, my bipartisan resolution to condemn the terror attack in Boulder and denounce anti-Semitism, be called for consideration by the full House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. For what does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding of the Jefferson's Manual is that the Speaker has the power to parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Not recognized for debate.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding under the Jefferson's Manual is that the Speaker has the ability to disclose in the congressional record the source of the objection. The minority leader, the minority does not object to this unanimous consent request. So will the Speaker tell the House and the American public, is it Speaker Johnson that opposes this? Who opposes unanimous consent to this resolution denouncing the attack?
As indicated in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, it is not a proper parliamentary inquiry to ask the chair to indicate which side of the aisle has failed under the Speaker's guidelines to clear a unanimous consent request. We got a little action going over here. Who we got on our side? Mr. Comer. Okay. Ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 489, I call up the bill, House Resolution 2056, the District of Columbia Federal Immigration Compliance Act of 2025, and ask for its immediate consideration.
Does the gentleman intend to call it H.R. 2056?
Yeah, H.R. 2050. Yeah, 2056. There was a mistake.
Thank you. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 100, H.R. 2056, a bill to require the District of Columbia to comply with federal immigration laws.
Pursuant to House Resolution 489, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in House Report 119-151, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designee. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Mr. Speaker, I ask you to consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2056, the District of Columbia Federal Immigration Compliance Act. The House Oversight Committee has held multiple hearings on the failings of the Biden-Harris administration to secure our borders and protect our citizens. In March, the committee heard from sanctuary city mayors who offered carefully crafted, lawyerly statements defending their decisions not to work with the Trump administration as it works to remove criminal illegal aliens as quickly as possible. At the end of the day, illegal alien criminals who threaten our communities have no right to be here in the first place. State and local governments must work with the Department of Homeland Security to share information on individuals they arrest. They must also honor lawful detainers. When they do not, Congress must act. H.R. 2056 ensures that the District of Columbia cooperates with federal immigration agencies, including ICE, to protect our citizens and nullifies prior attempts by the district to make itself a sanctuary city. I want to thank Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for his work on this important topic. I reserve the balance of my time.
And from Kentucky reserves, gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I strongly oppose H.R. 2056, which would effectively nullify laws, policies, and practices duly enacted by the District of Columbia, because I strongly support the ability of the residents of the District of Columbia to govern themselves on local matters. This is one of 2 D.C. bills that the House is considering this week to demonize immigrants. Let's be clear. The District of Columbia is in full compliance with federal law. It does not obstruct ICE from carrying out its duties. D.C., like many other jurisdictions, limits its cooperation with federal immigration agencies to what federal law actually requires. Why do jurisdictions limit such cooperation, other than the fact that immigration is a federal responsibility? Let us ask the police chiefs for an explanation. The Major Cities Chief Association opposes such cooperation for 4 reasons, and I will quote them. Enforcement of routine civil immigration by police would undermine the trust and cooperation with immigrant communities, which are essential elements of community-oriented policing. Courts have held that the lack of legal authority to enforce federal civil immigration statutes exposes local police to liability for unlawful arrest and detention. Local agencies do not possess adequate resources to enforce these laws, in addition to the added responsibility of Homeland Security and others. Immigration laws are very complex, and training required to understand them and to properly prosecute them significantly distracts from the core mission of local police to create safe communities, and I close quote. Let's be clear. Again, D.C. is in full compliance with federal law. It does not obstruct ICE from carrying out its duties, and it is backed by evidence demonstrating that limiting cooperation keeps people safer. Counties with laws that do not honor extrajudicial civil detainees had significantly lower levels of violent crime than counties that don't have such laws. Mayors, police chiefs, sheriffs, and local leaders across the country have made clear that the way to combat violent crime is allowing local police to do their jobs of ensuring public safety in their own communities, not commandeering local police to spend limited time and resources rounding up and detaining nonviolent immigrants who pose no threat. Forcing the District of Columbia to carry out the federal government's immigration duties also discourages residents from coming forward to share information with the police about violent crimes for fear that they or someone close to them will be detained or deported. This is simply bad policy and will hurt the residents of the District of Columbia. The House should reject H.R. 2056 and stop interfering in local D.C. matters. Instead, it should pass the D.C. Local Funds Act and H.R. 51, the D.C. Statehood Bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's have a candid conversation, if we could, sir, my colleagues across the aisle, about what's happening here. Congress, America, we need to clarify for the citizens watching. Mr. Speaker, Congress has a unique authority and therefore responsibility for our nation's capital as opposed to other municipalities across the country. Why not Phoenix, New Orleans, Atlanta, etc.? Because it's not the nation's capital, that's why. Because it's not reflected in the responsibilities that are enumerated for Congress for the District of Columbia, for our nation's capital. So with the pendulous swing of majority control that we observe in our nation, from Democrat majority to Republican majority, my Democrat colleagues feel responsible to make changes when they have the majority, as do we. And when we were under Democrat majority control in recent years, since I've been in Congress, the Democrats supported and did not oppose some policy and legislative decisions at the municipal level in our nation's capital that we knew would injure our nation's capital in the realm of law enforcement. So that's where we are. If Republicans have majority control in the House, the Senate, the White House, so of course we're going to respond to the threat that we face within our nation's capital towards law enforcement. And this is how simple this bill is. This is my bill. It requires the District of Columbia to comply with federal immigration law. What's wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? My colleague says, he stated 2 or 3 times in his opening statement, that the District of Columbia does not obstruct federal law enforcement. That's not true. You have to read between the lines, America. When he says they do not obstruct, he means they don't, like, physically stop ICE from executing a warrant. But what he's not saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the District of Columbia does not comply with federal immigration law enforcement warrant detainers, which is the safest, most widely accepted means by which a human being that's in the custody of one jurisdictional authority is transferred to another jurisdictional authority safely and within the parameters of the law for the benefit of the individual and the community. D.C. doesn't do that for federal immigration detainers. If they have somebody in custody, Mr. Speaker, for whatever purposes, and that guy has a warrant for ICE, they know that there's a warrant for that man. And under normal circumstances, the custody of that individual will be transferred safely once the District of Columbia was finished with that individual. They don't do that with ICE. They subject their communities to dangerous circumstances and law enforcement to absolutely unnecessary danger. So my bill just mandates that the District of Columbia, the one city that Congress has authority and therefore responsibility to be involved with things like this, and we shouldn't have to have this law. Why? Because the District of Columbia should be following the federal law in the first place. We shouldn't have to bring this to the floor. We shouldn't have to engage in this debate. I shouldn't have to explain these things. But we are going to, by God, require that our nation's capital comply with our nation's federal law. So I encourage my colleagues to take a deep breath and step back and say, yes, our nation's capital will be subject to the very laws that this body passes. I appreciate the chairman's advocacy for my bill. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So let's take up that challenge. Let's take up that challenge. Let's make sure the laws that we have passed in this House apply and are complied with in Washington, D.C. The gentleman may forget, this is the first debate we've had about Washington, D.C. or the District of Columbia. We've had this debate through history ever since the founders of this country created the district. It's a special district in addition to being our national capital. And most recently in 1973, this Congress created the Washington, D.C. Home Rule Act. And I will explain to the gentleman what that requires. The Home Rule Act in D.C. says, because there is shared jurisdiction within this district, that the people of Washington, D.C., the residents here, may govern their local affairs as they please, for local affairs. And the performance of their local police force is an area within their local control. That's number one. So let's apply, let's enforce the laws that have been passed in this House respective to the people of the District of Columbia. Number two, violent crime, the special circumstances about keeping Washington, D.C. safe. Violent crime in D.C. reached a 30-year low this past year. A 30-year low. Compare that to any city in the country, and it's a favorable comparison. The police department in Washington, D.C. is doing an amazing job. and the leadership, the political leadership at D.C. has stepped up. There were years, many years ago, when there were deep and serious questions about the leadership in Washington, D.C. They have improved dramatically over the last few decades. This year, violent crime in D.C. is down 22% compared to the same period last year. And studies show that handling law enforcement the way they have, with community policing and getting to know the people in the neighborhoods, has been a key element. This is according to the last 5 police chiefs in this city that spans over about 50 years. This is what they say, that this is the way to keep the people safe. Work with the local community. And I know the gentleman is from law enforcement, and I'm just asking to afford the same respect and deference to our local law enforcement leaders here in this community. Give them the benefit of the doubt of how they provide safety in their own city. They know it best. They know the people, they know the streets, they know the challenges. It's a special place. There's a protest every couple of days, a major one in this city. People for various causes march into the city, take it over, and the local law enforcement has to be part of that effort to keep those people safe so they can express their rights. It's a special place. But I think we should give deference to the local law enforcement community, that they know how best to provide that safety, especially with the record that they've got, a 30-year low on crime in this city, 22% less violent crime this year compared to the same period last year. And the gentleman's closing argument was correct. He shouldn't have to bring a bill up here to do this. He shouldn't have to interfere with local control in this city. He shouldn't have to bring a bill up here to tell the local people how to run their city when Congress has already, in 1973, given them that power in the Home Rule Act for Washington, D.C. I shouldn't be here either. I shouldn't have to defend that right that has already been granted by previous Congresses. Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as the gentlelady requires to the representative for the District of Columbia, Ms. Eleanor Holmes Norton.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I strongly oppose this undemocratic, anti-immigrant bill, which would nullify laws, policies, and practices enacted by the locally elected District of Columbia government. The over 700,000 D.C. residents, the majority of whom are black and brown, are capable and worthy of local self-government. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from every member of D.C.'s locally elected legislature, the council, opposing this bill.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from D.C.'s locally elected Attorney General, Brian Schwab, opposing this bill.
Without objection.
D.C. residents are treated as second-class citizens by Congress. They are required to pay federal taxes, serve on federal juries, and register with Selective Service in the same manner as residents of the states. They have served in the military since the Revolutionary War, which was fought to end taxation without representation and to give consent to the governed. Yet Congress has denied them voting representation in Congress and full local self-government over the past 200 years. Last Congress, 100 bills and amendments were introduced to repeal or block local D.C. laws and policies. This Congress, 28 such bills and amendments already have been introduced, including bills to abolish the locally elected D.C. government. 3 months ago, Congress passed a bill that cut over $1 billion from the local DC budget, which consists entirely of locally raised revenue. While Congress has the authority to legislate on local DC matters, it does not have a duty to do so. In Federalist 43, James Madison said of DC residents, quote, "A municipal legislature for local purposes derived from their own suffrages will of course be allowed them," close quote. In 1933, the Supreme Court held that, quote, "There is no constitutional barrier to the delegation by Congress to the District of Columbia of full legislative power," close quote. The council has 13 members. If DC residents do not like the members' vote, residents can vote them out of office or pass a ballot measure. This is called democracy. Congress has 535 voting members. None are elected by DC residents. If DC residents do not like how the members vote on local DC matters, residents cannot vote them out of office or pass a ballot measure. That is the antithesis of democracy. Congress has the authority to grant DC residents voting representation in Congress and full local self-government. It simply needs to pass H.R. 51, the DC statehood bill, which would make the residential and commercial areas of DC a state. The admissions clause of the Constitution gives Congress the authority to admit new states. All 37 new states were admitted by an act of Congress. The District Clause of the Constitution gives Congress the authority to reduce the size of the federal districts, which it has previously done. The substance of H.R. 56 is irrelevant, since there is no justification for Congress to legislate on local DC matters, but I will briefly discuss it. Consistent with federal law, the position of the Major Cities Chiefs Association and DC's values, DC limits cooperation with federal immigration agencies. DC concluded that cooperating with federal immigration agencies would make DC less safe for all residents by diverting police resources and discouraging immigrants from interacting with the police department and other government agencies. Many states, cities, and counties have reached the same conclusion. I urge members to respect the will of DC residents by voting no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2056, the District of Columbia Federal Immigration Compliance Act. I got to be honest, I'm kind of disappointed in the debate right now. My colleague from Massachusetts is talking about how we have previously granted the authority to the District of Columbia to do X, Y, and Z, and he is correct. But with us granting power, there comes responsibility. There comes responsibility. And my colleague from Washington, D.C. is talking about home rule and this and that. This city makes me sad. I mean, I have hope now that President Trump is here, that the D.C. government is starting to do the things that they should have been doing all along. What about Representative Cuellar, who was mugged, robbed at gunpoint, carjacking? What about the Rand Paul staffer that was stabbed to death in the bar 5 blocks from here? I don't go there anymore. I don't go there anymore because it's not safe. What about Brad Benstead, who got robbed at gunpoint? What about the staffers that got robbed 6 months ago? Justice Sotomayor's details shot an 18-year-old 15 times because he was trying to rob the Supreme Court justice. In what world are you living in that you think that the power that we granted to the District of Columbia is being executed responsibly? So here we are, and we're talking about something very simple. Abide by federal detainers. If the federal government says you have arrested an illegal immigrant that has a criminal detainer, well, you got to follow the law. We didn't give the $1 billion to the city of the District of Columbia because they need to understand that actions have consequences. When I don't feel safe at night, when my constituents come here and I tell them to be careful, when my commanding officer stays at a hotel 3 blocks from here and I tell him, do not walk to the baseball game, take an Uber. What world are you living in? This is unacceptable. We will have law and order in this city. The president has said so much, and we are going to use every tool in our toolbox to make this city what it should be. A nation's capital in decline is a nation in decline. We are not a nation in decline. The city of D.C. needs to live up to its obligations. Keep us safe. Get the homeless people, get them help. Letting them live in the streets, you're not helping them, you're hurting them. Get them mental health counseling, get them a shower, get them a job, get them help. Letting them live under bridges is not helping them. It's wrong. It's wrong. And the fact that I have to sit up here and tell you this, it makes me sad. We are going to make this city safe. We are going to show the world that we are not a nation in decline, and we are going to not only make America great again, we're going to make the United States Capitol great again. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So let's talk about crime in D.C. Let's talk about crime in D.C., as the gentleman mentioned. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about January 6th, when we had 1,500 people ransack the Capitol. And let's talk about what happened to them in consequence. They were rewarded. They were pardoned. And yet, to this day, the Speaker of the House refuses to hang the plaque honoring the over 150 police officers who defended the people in this chamber, who defended the Republicans. And I know the all the Republicans didn't feel safe that day, because I saw them running. I saw them running from the crowd, running in fear, until the president told them that, no, that was just a tour of the Capitol. And they all made excuses of what happened that day. Not one of them, not one of those people who ran out of the Capitol, ran for safety that day, came back to say, oh, they should be held responsible. So now all those people have been pardoned. You talk about crime in D.C. and holding people accountable and feeling safe, and you think that day was making democracy great again? When the elected leaders had to hide, being chased out of this chamber, doing the people's business? That's an example. That's an example of how the Republicans are going to bring the rule of law to D.C. Give me a break. Give me a break. You've got to be kidding me. And to this day, we have a lot of the officers, Sipnick, his family, and the families, there were 3 officers that eventually died of causes related to the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. And they would hope that the people who were saved that day might be grateful. Those families, they lost their husbands, their fathers, their sons, and they simply want to have their sacrifice recognized by the people who were rescued. The people who were rescued. Law enforcement. And I know there are a number of my colleagues on the other side who have exemplary careers in law enforcement. And they understand better than any. And when you have a son or a daughter or a husband or wife who gives their life in service of protecting the people in this chamber, you would hope at least just a small gesture, a plaque to commemorate that heroism and that service to their country. But that's not happening, and that's a shame. Mr. Speaker, I yield. I reserve, I'm sorry.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2056, District of Columbia Federal Immigration Compliance Act, introduced by my good friend, Mr. Clay Higgins of Louisiana. Bringing in and harboring illegal aliens is not only a crime under federal law, but it is an absolute affront to the American people. As a matter of fact, it already says in our law under Title 8, Section 1324, that there are criminal penalties for any person who, knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, conceals, harbors, or shields from detection, or attempts to conceal, harbor, or shield from detection such an alien in any place, including any building or any means of transportation. This is already our law, but not here in Washington, D.C., prohibiting officials from cooperating with federal immigration agencies and preventing the release of an individual in custody for the purpose of transferring them to a federal immigration agency is shielding and concealing illegal aliens for my Democrat colleagues. Sanctuary cities that protect and defend these criminal illegal aliens, and by definition, if they've broken our immigration laws, they are criminals, and they must be held accountable. Because of Democrats' last 4 years of wide open borders, we experienced one of the greatest national security threats in our entire history as a country. Democrats welcomed over 13 million people from all over the world to come across our border, and then they made the American people pay for them. This was outrageous. These are people that came into our country, invaded our country, raped our women and children, murdered our own people, and then the cartels trafficked fentanyl across from China that killed an average of 300 people a day. They set historic records by allowing the highest number of border encounters ever recorded in a single day. That was in a single month. And over 3 million illegals in fiscal year 2023, which was the highest ever recorded in a single history. Democrats set records. They sure do. They set records by supporting criminals to invade our country. Instead of defending the American people, the Democrats defend illegal alien criminals and gangs and cartels at all costs. Take, for example, their favorite MS-13 gang member, Kilmar Arbrego Garcia. This MS-13 gang member, wife beater, was deported to El Salvador for countless violations of our laws. Democrats labeled him wrongfully deported Maryland man, oh boo-hoo, and they flew to El Salvador to meet with him. Thank you. And Democrats couldn't wait to go on vacation to go down and pretend like they cared about this MS-13 gang member, like they really actually do. He is now being charged on multiple felony counts for human trafficking. As a matter of fact, we're thrilled to bring him back and prosecute him and make you guys continue to own him. Remember, he's your Maryland man. According to the indictment His transporting of illegals spans decades and includes children and MS-13 gang members. He is alleged to have participated in more than 100 trips. Wow, that's impressive. That's the face of the Democrat Party. This is who they defend. This is who they fight for. Not the American people, not their districts, not the people's hard-earned tax dollars, not obeying the law. They fight for illegals, and I'm proud to support this bill. Please, I urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 2056, and with that, I yield. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I might add the gentleman that Ms. Green was referencing is the same gentleman that two members of the House Oversight Committee requested travel to go down and defend in El Salvador. So I think that she was very factual in everything she said, especially her criticism. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The title of this bill is misleading. The District of Columbia already complies with federal immigration law, including warrants and orders related to immigrants issued by Article III courts. It is ironic that at the same time that the Republican leadership is cutting or denying the ability of the District of Columbia to spend $1 billion of the money that they have raised within the district to meet their obligations here in the city. And yet, while they're cutting their budget by $1 billion, they're saying, okay, even though federal law doesn't require you to do all this other stuff, we want you to do the federal government's job as well. That's the irony here. So federal immigration law doesn't require the states or cities to inquire about citizenship or immigration status or manage immigration policy. They don't require cities to do that, especially a smaller jurisdiction like Washington, D.C. So what my colleagues want to do is they want to shift the burden of doing the federal responsibilities onto the District of Columbia and their political leadership at the same time when they're cutting $1 billion of the budget from Washington, D.C. So it's adding insult to injury. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill because I strongly support D.C. Home Rule. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would have been the text of Senate 1077, the District of Columbia Local Funds Act. So I would have tried to put that $1 billion back into their budget, their own budget. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of that amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must note that it has been nearly 3 months since the Senate passed the bipartisan D.C. Local Funds Act, which would undo the $1 billion cut to the local D.C. budget in the House Republican-drafted fiscal year bill. The Republican-led Senate understood immediately the cut's harms and passed the D.C. Local Funds Act within 4 hours of its introduction by the Republican Senator Susan Collins, the chair of the Committee on Appropriations. The local D.C. budget consists entirely of revenue raised by D.C., raised by the District of Columbia, which is why the Congressional Budget Office concluded that the D.C. Local Funds Act would have, quote, zero effect on the federal budget, close quote. For the prior 2 decades, Congress had allowed the District of Columbia to spend under its current local budget for the duration of every continuing resolution. However, the fiscal year 2025 full year continuing resolution forced D.C. to revert to its fiscal year 2024 local budget. and it did so halfway through the fiscal year, and in doing so, the continuing resolution sabotaged the D.C. local budget. There was no time to respond. On March 28th, President Trump called on the House to pass the local D.C. Funds Act immediately. And last month, Speaker Johnson said the House had been too busy to act on the D.C. Funds Act while it worked on the reconciliation bill, though the House somehow found time to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Well, the House passed the reconciliation bill on May 22nd, and the House has found time this week to take up 3 bills to overturn the ability of the people of Washington, D.C. to govern themselves. The House is now out of excuses on the D.C. Local Funds Act, so I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump's electoral mandate includes his promise to the American people that Republicans would resolve the criminal, illegal alien crisis across our nation. This bill is a necessary step in ensuring our nation's capital is an ally, not an opponent, in the fight to end this crisis. Specifically, H.R. 2056 represents an important step in codifying President Trump's executive order on making the District of Columbia safe and beautiful by directly supporting the directive for enhanced coordination between the federal government and local law enforcement regarding illegal aliens. I encourage each of my colleagues to support this critical legislation sponsored by Mr. Higgins. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 489, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require the District of Columbia to comply with federal immigration laws.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I believe I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts moves to recommit the bill H.R. 2056 to the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion the noes have it, the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a call of the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 499 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 33, House Resolution 499. Resolve that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 4 to rescind certain budget authority proposed to be rescinded and special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President on June 3, 2025, in accordance with Section 1012A of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and the minority leader or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. The provisions of Section 1017 of the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 shall not apply to a bill or joint resolution introduced with respect to the special message transmitted under Section 1012 of that Act on June 3, 2025. Section 3. House Resolution 492 is hereby adopted.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only, and I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and of the underlying legislation. Yesterday, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 499, providing for the House's consideration of H.R. 4, the Recisions Act of 2025. This rule provides for consideration of H.R. 4 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour debate equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and minority leader or their respective designees and provides 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides that House Resolution 492 is hereby adopted. Before we get into the substance of the bill today, I'd like to clear up any confusion about any remarks I made in the Rules Committee last night. Let me be crystal clear. I encourage all members to support the rule before us today. My comments last night were lacking in context. Democrats made the argument throughout the hearing that this process is somehow another vote on H.R. 1. That is false. The resolution today makes purely technical changes to protect the privilege of the reconciliation bill as it heads to the Senate. It is not a redo or re-litigation of any underlying policy issues in the bill. Let me repeat, there are no policy decisions included in this engrossment correction. That is what the Senate is working through, and I look forward to considering H.R. 1 when the bill returns from the other chamber. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans remain on a positive, forward-moving trajectory in delivering upon the American people's mandate from November. Just a few short weeks ago, we passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This week, we're taking up a nearly $10 billion recisions package, and soon we will be moving into the appropriations process. Discretionary waste is about to be put through the Congressional shredder. Mr. Speaker, the American people demand that this happens. Now, our colleagues across the aisle will leap to their feet and scream bloody murder about how the waste we're targeting simply doesn't exist and how we're laying siege to everything under the sun. Au contraire, we have the receipts to back everything up. Here's just a small sampling of the mind-boggling discretionary waste that we'll be slashing in foreign funding. $158 million from the Lebanon peacekeeping mission, which has been fraught with waste and abuse, as evidenced by its abject failure to contain Hezbollah. $3 million for an Iraqi Sesame Street. $833,000 for services for, quote, transgender people, sex workers, and their clients and social net workers, end quote, in Nepal, and $500,000 for electric buses in Rwanda. These examples barely skim the surface, Mr. Speaker, and it's really no wonder why Americans are outraged that their tax dollars are being squandered. It's the American people's money. A single dollar of taxpayer money wasted is $1 too many in our view. Then there's NPR. I honestly don't even know where to begin on that one. Even if someone were to accept the premise that we need to finance a public radio outlet, certainly we can all agree that it simply cannot be NPR any longer. NPR's own CEO testified before Congress that she has never seen any political bias at NPR. I don't know what reality she's living in, but it clearly isn't this one. Here's the kicker. NPR does harbor political bias. It took a $1.9 million grant to, quote, improve objectivity and diverse viewpoints, end quote. There's the proof. And it's a concrete example that NPR's CEO was giving false testimony to Congress. You either understand that you're biased and need help, apparently in the form of taxpayer grants, or you haven't witnessed any bias. You can't have it both ways. Then there's PBS. Again, I honestly don't know where to begin. On top of the concrete, statistically proven bias against conservatives, Republicans, and the Trump administration, this is the 21st century. We have Sesame Street now streaming on private services, so the taxpayer is now subsidizing for-profit companies. We've seen private celebrities like Miss Rachel who are engaging in crossovers with Sesame Street, which again leverage taxpayer dollars to concentrate wealth to private individuals. It's clear that we must slash this tranche of wasteful spending and continue down a path to fully restore fiscal sanity in our nation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before we even get to the rescissions, let's be really honest about what's going on here. This isn't just a debate about cuts, because in this rule, Republican leadership snuck in a rewrite of their big, ugly bill. Yep, that's right. A vote on this rule is effectively a revote on the reconciliation package, a do-over, a desperate attempt by Republican leadership to fix the mess they made with their awful tax scam. Now, when they rushed it through in the middle of the night, they included provisions that aren't even allowed under the Senate reconciliation rules. And instead of coming clean and holding a straightforward vote on the corrections, they're trying to bury it in this rule for the DOJ rescissions package, hoping that nobody will notice. And think of it like a Trojan horse, Mr. Speaker. And let's be clear, the rescissions could be brought to the floor anytime. You heard that right. They could be brought to the floor anytime. They're privileged. Speaker Johnson doesn't need this rule to move them. The only reason these things are being tied together is to trick certain Republicans into voting for a bill that they've already said they regret. Now, it should be said that Republicans have an opportunity right now to change the bill before it goes to the Senate. Last night in the Rules Committee, we could have voted to strip out the state AI moratorium from the reconciliation bill, or we could have dropped the controversial language on contempt that some Republican members objected to. But Republican leadership deliberately decided not to do any of that. They decided that the very stuff their members are concerned about doesn't matter, and instead are entirely leaving changes up to the Senate, as if we had no power or influence here in the House. And as the gentlelady from North Carolina, the chairwoman of the Rules Committee, said herself last night during the meeting, and I quote, "Any member who has any regrets about his or her vote on the first bill has the opportunity to vote no on the rule." She didn't recommend a no vote, but she pointed out the choice that members have. And I agree with her. Members have a choice here. Those who didn't like this bill have a choice to stop it right here in the House. So to all of the Republicans who said they regret voting yes for this reconciliation bill, especially those who complained about how much this will add trillions to the deficit and debt, this is your chance for a redo. This is your chance for a redo. Vote no. Vote no here to stop this big, ugly bill from moving to the Senate. If you have the courage of your convictions, you will vote no. And while Republican leadership is busy playing procedural games, trying to slip this through, let's talk about what they're attaching this rewrite to. The Republican rescissions package is based on a scam, a con job, a grift. This is not about actual savings, nor is it about rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. This is based on cementing stupid, preposterous, self-defeating DOGE cuts into law. DOGE cuts that, I might add, have already illegally been in place for months when the Trump administration wreaked havoc on our government systems by freezing critical funding. From day one, DOGE has been one big excuse to reward Trump's wealthy donors, gut public services, and funnel resources away from programs that help ordinary people and into the pockets of the wealthy and well-connected. Let's not forget, this is the same DOGE review that cut off funding to USDA bird flu experts in the middle of a bird flu outbreak, that sent pink slips to the people who secure our nuclear warheads, that gutted the National Weather Service so badly that right now we might not have enough meteorologists to warn communities about tornadoes and hurricanes. DOGE was a total, complete failure. And now Republicans want to lock their disastrous cuts into law? Come on, that's insane. That's crazy. And look at what these cuts are targeting. Funding for global health, for clean water, for food security, for democracy programs, for UNICEF, for the World Food Program, for diplomacy and humanitarian aid, for world peace, for Christ's sakes. People think our foreign budget is some huge, massive thing. We are talking about something that's 1% of our budget. So please do not come down here and pretend like this is a serious attempt to cut funding. If you want to go after waste and save taxpayer money, count me in. Count me in. You know, I wish my Republican friends would express some concern about the fact that their president is spending maybe up to $40 million for a parade of military tanks on his birthday. I mean, really? We're cutting money to save lives in this rescissions package, but $40 million plus, no big deal, as long as Donald Trump is happy. But we should start with the Pentagon if we're serious about getting after fraud, waste, and abuse. The Pentagon, which, by the way, has never, ever passed an audit. Never passed an audit. Let's look at tax breaks for big oil. Can't do that because they write out big checks. Let's go after the loopholes for billionaires. Let's end the corporate giveaways. No, no, no. Republicans don't want to touch any of those things. Meanwhile, the cuts in this rescissions package, these cuts hurt America. They weaken our leverage around the world. They pull back critical funding for our allies. They strip away tools we use to prevent conflict and promote stability. These cuts will lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, devastating the most vulnerable in the world. And at a time when China and Russia and Iran are working overtime to challenge American influence, this bill says, oh, go right ahead. This is China's dream come true, the U.S. pulling back our soft power from around the world. This is self-sabotage masquerading as savings. And it's not even a lot of money. I mean, these slivers of our federal budget, these dollars that generate enormous return by keeping people alive and preventing crises before they happen. That's what this money does that you're cutting. This isn't just penny wise and pound foolish, Mr. Speaker. It's like saving money by burning down your house so you don't have to pay for the heat. You know, I'd like to think that America's greatness comes from our humanity. Well, it's clear Republicans believe that America's greatness is found in our inhumanity, from cruelty and callousness. And I believe everyone can agree that's a truly dark, dangerous, and morally bankrupt place to govern from. The American people deserve better than this. They deserve smarter than this. They deserve a government that prioritizes what works, not what flatters the egos of billionaires hopped up on ketamine. This rule is a disgrace. The underlying bill is a disgrace. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I need to set the facts straight. Our colleagues keep flip-flopping on their characterization of cuts to wasteful spending in our campaign to get our fiscal house in order. At one moment, our spending cuts are so monumental, draconian. The earth is going to stand still. People are going to die, they told us in rules. Literally seconds after they said that yesterday, not even minutes later, they tell us that the spending cut is inconsequential. It's a rounding error. It's a drop in the bucket. Mr. Speaker, what is it? It has to be one or the other. The fact that our colleagues keep twisting themselves in knots is simply evidence that they're doing everything in their power to hide the facts about this vote. At 1 minute, this is not worth Congress's time. This $10 billion return on taxpayer dollars. At another minute, they will tell us that these are draconian cuts they'll oppose with every ounce of strength in their bodies. Give me a break. Republicans are finally offering taxpayers relief from years of profligate spending from Democrats. Again, they expanded the federal government with an unprecedented $11 trillion in spending, $6 trillion of which has been added to the national debt. It's time to end that spending. We're ending it in H.R. 1. We're ending it in this package here today, and we won't stop fighting for taxpayers. We can cut spending in little chunks and in big chunks. In response to Mr. McGovern's obvious assertions, members always have a choice to vote up or down on legislation, be it a rule, authorization, or appropriation. The plain text of the rule provides for consideration of this recisions package and advances H.R. 1 by adopting the engrossment resolution. Since Democrats seem to have selective memory, let me remind them and Americans that during the 117th Congress, very recently, House Democrats deemed 29 items total. Also included in that number is the engrossment correction resolution they deemed in a rule for the American Rescue Plan Act, which included section and paragraph strikes. In contrast, Republicans in the 118th Congress deemed only 2 measures. We understand that this is a tool of the majority that should be used only when necessary. We all know the Democrats opposed H.R. 1. They opposed it weeks ago, and they opposed the engrossment resolution last night on the basis that it advances H.R. 1. And Mr. McGovern's tying himself in knots here. In a Dear Colleague he circulated, he characterized this rule as repassing H.R. 1, just before he went on to complain that H.R. 1's engrossment is not getting its own vote. Nothing was added to H.R. 1. Let me repeat, nothing was added to H.R. 1. Every change was technical or simply removed provisions to make sure this big, beautiful bill has its day in the Senate. Let's remind the American people what the Democrats voted against in H.R. 1. Democrats went on record against tax cuts for families, against tax relief for tips, against tax relief for senior citizens. They went on record against protecting Medicaid by advocating for the enrollment of 1.4 million illegal aliens. They went on record against increasing the quality of life funds for our nation's military families. But we have a rule before us to protect H.R. 1's process in the Senate and restore fiscal sanity to our nation. And the American people need and want us to deliver. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me try to explain this again, because I don't know why this is such a tough concept for my Republican colleagues to understand. But 2 things can be true, right? Your DOGE cuts can be incredibly cruel, which they are, and at the same time mathematically insignificant compared to the massive trillions of dollars that you are adding to the deficit and the debt because of your reconciliation bill. So 2 things can be true. I don't think that's that hard for the American people to understand. Mr. Speaker, as we have made clear time and time again, the big ugly GOP tax scam is set to add $3 trillion to the deficit. $3 trillion. And to be clear, that isn't me saying that. That's the Independent Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, CBO. And it isn't just CBO. Every other reputable independent analysis of the bill, including the Joint Committee on Taxation, Yale Budget Lab, and Penn Wharton Budget Model, came to the same conclusion. Even the right-leaning Tax Foundation agrees that this bill explodes the deficit, explodes it. And yet here we are, with Republicans patting themselves on the back over the Trump DOGE rescission package, a package that in all reality barely makes a dent in the very debt that they've ballooned. But since they want to talk about the debt, let's talk about the debt. And I want the American people to take a look at this chart, Mr. Speaker. I want the American people to look at this chart. The red indicates the $3 trillion Trump's big ugly bill will add to the deficit. And then you might see this little tiny blue sliver, and thank God I'm wearing my bifocals here, but you can barely see it. But that little tiny blue sliver, again, you might need a magnifying glass to see it, but that's the $9.4 billion Republicans are trying to save through these rescissions. And to break that down a little bit more, the $3 trillion deficit increase in the GOP tax scam is 320 times bigger than the $9.4 billion that Republicans are trying to rescind through these DOGE cuts. And the real kicker here is that under their GOP tax scam, CBO says that the top 5% of earners will get $1.6 trillion in total tax cuts. That's 170 times bigger than the $9.4 billion Republicans want to rescind. Republicans are cutting $9.4 billion in federal spending so they can try to justify the trillions and trillions of dollars they plan to add to the debt so they can deliver massive tax cuts to their billionaire friends. So these rescissions, they're not even a drop in the bucket. They're a drop in the ocean compared to the multi-trillion-dollar deficit-busting bill that Republicans are trying to jam through. But just because the sliver on this chart seems small doesn't mean these Republican rescissions are not harmful. Republicans want to cut $900 million from global health programs, including $400 million for PEPFAR, an overwhelmingly bipartisan program created by President George W. Bush to combat HIV. And this program has saved more than 26 million lives over the past 20 years. That's not fraud, waste, or abuse. That's a big deal, and that's something we should be proud of. Not properly funding PEPFAR means people will literally die, and that's not hyperbole, it's just the truth. In fact, because DOGE and the Trump administration illegally suspended PEPFAR already earlier this year, tens of thousands of people have already died, including thousands of children. It is despicable. And they want to cut $2.5 billion in development assistance that our allies and partners use to build schools, help farmers grow food, fund clean water projects, and combat poverty. And they want to cut hundreds of millions of dollars in funding for Ukraine and our allies at the border of Russia. And they want to completely eliminate federal funding for public TV and radio, which are trusted sources of news and educational programming for millions of American households, particularly in rural areas. I don't know what you have against rural areas, but those areas will be particularly hard hit by those cuts. It's important to note once again that many of these rescissions, especially to foreign aid, have already started to hurt and even kill people. And that's because the administration illegally froze USAID programs, which has threatened the lives of millions of people who rely on this funding to prevent or treat disease, afford food, and access clean water. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by the Associated Press titled, "Children Die as USAID Aid Cuts."
Without objection.
SNAP, a lifeline for the world's most malnourished. Mr. Speaker, according to the Boston University School of Public Health, and listen to this, more than 50,000 adults and 6,000 infants have died of HIV due to the disruption of PEPFAR. People are already dying. More than 29,000 children have died of malaria, and 25,000 people have died of tuberculosis because the Trump administration froze funding. Republicans want to rubber stamp the Trump administration's illegal funding freeze into law, and they claim that they are reining in the debt. Well, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, that's a huge load of garbage. This rescissions package is a moral failure masquerading as fiscal responsibility, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this rescissions package does reduce certain global health accounts by hundreds of millions. But keep in mind that $10 billion has been appropriated for this work in these accounts, making this rescission exact and very targeted. The Trump administration has communicated it will not reduce funds for treatment in PEPFAR. Rather, it eliminates programs antithetical to American interests and ones that worsen the lives of women and children. Enacting this rescission will get this funding stream back to its core mission by refocusing it on protecting health and supporting life-sustaining treatment. What we don't need is the wasteful spending priorities of President Biden, now exposed by the Trump administration. $500,000 for a lesbian justice foundation in Canada. $9.3 million to the John Snow Research and Training Institute to advise Russian doctors on how to perform abortions and gender analysis. $800,000 for transgender people, sex workers, and their clients and sexual networks in Nepal. $7.4 million for a One Health workforce project whose curriculum includes teaching practitioners about, quote, environmental racism and the importance of DEI. This spending, guised under the terms equity, reproductive health, and family planning, stray far from the mission of sustaining life and serve no benefit to the populations they are intended to help. These are wasteful programs financed by the American taxpayer, funded by deficit spending. But no longer. This money's better off returned to the Treasury, and PEPFAR's integrity is now being restored. And I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Fox. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4, the Recisions Act of 2025, a bill that finally codifies the spending cuts identified by the Department of Government Efficiency, otherwise known as DOGE. You know, the American people are getting a front row seat to one party who is perfectly content to bankrupt this country. One party. We will get no votes on this rescission package. None from the Democrat Party. And they had their time when their president, who was cognitively, let's just say, deficient, where were the cuts? None. They didn't say anything. They didn't stand up for the American people. They were silent. Where were our good friends with the 15 to 20 million illegals coming in this country, with the drugs flowing in, with the children that were trafficked? Where were they? They were quiet. They didn't say a thing. And folks, it's anti-American. This package is not about tightening belts. It's about cutting loose the dead weight. And as Congressman Fox just mentioned a few things, let me mention a few things that they will spend your money for. $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. $6 million for net zero cities in Mexico. Net zero cities, what is that? In Mexico. $158 million for Lebanon peacekeeping operations, which failed to contain Hezbollah. $135 million for the World Health Organization, controlled by China. This is what they're for. This is what they're to spend your money. And folks, with $38 trillion in debt, they will keep on spending and spending on their pet projects. President Trump is calling an end to it. Of this, we're talking about $9.4 billion in rescissions, funds that should have never been appropriated in the first place. This includes $8.3 billion from foreign aid programs, which some I just read, $1.1 billion from the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, because taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize a left-wing media operation like NPR and PBS. These cuts are more than symbolic, folks. They are structural. They target woke UN handouts, failing to keep the peacekeeping efforts in Biden's DEI and climate propaganda campaigns masquerading as humanitarian aid. Let me be clear, this does not cut defense. This does not cut Social Security. This does not cut Medicare. This is about rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, and very simply putting America first, which they are not doing. If we don't codify these cuts, they will be reversed quietly over time with no vote from this chamber. This rescission package is the lockbox. It makes the DOGE cuts permanent. It ensures the victories that we don't want to get washed away in the next budget cycle. This is our chance to turn temporary discipline.
I'll give the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, this is about freedom. This is about maintaining America as we have known it in the past. This is about returning the American people to some fiscal sanity, which my friends on the left will not do and never have done, particularly in the last 4 years. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I don't even know where to begin after that. The gentleman, talked about 100,000 here and a million there, but not a word about the $3 trillion added to the deficit because of the big, ugly bill that he and Republicans voted for and supported. Not a word about all that's going to be added to the debt. And maybe the gentleman forgot this, but I'm looking at a Fox News story here when you referred to the $9.4 billion as a teardrop in the ocean when you were interviewed. But again, maybe, I don't know what happened, but somehow you couldn't bring yourself to talk about the $3 trillion that you're adding to the debt. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and if we do, I'm going to offer an amendment to the rule to bring up amendment number 1 to H.R. 4, offered by Mr. Goldman of New York, which would block Republicans from zeroing out federal funding that Congress has already appropriated for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Public TV and radio are trusted sources of news and educational programming for millions of households across America, and are particularly important in rural areas where public stations are often the only source of local news. This is a $1.1 billion cut, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's compare that to the big, ugly Republican reconciliation bill, which adds $3 trillion to the deficit and includes a provision, get this, it includes a provision that Republicans have been bragging about that removes a tax on gun silencers that has been on the books for a century. Now, according to the Joint Committee on Taxation, the JCT, this new tax break on silencers alone will increase our nation's deficit by $1.5 billion. That's more than the $1.1 billion Republicans are, quote, saving by eliminating all funding for public TV and radio. Now, let me ask the American people and my Republican colleagues, is this whole trade-off worth it? Public broadcasting in exchange for cheaper gun silencers? I mean, really? Unless you're an assassin or a hitman, I hope the answer is a resounding no. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss that proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you
the
very much.
Recognized.
Thank you very much to the ranking member. I rise today to speak on my amendment to President Trump's reckless and stunningly short-sighted recisions package, which would, among other harmful cuts, entirely eliminate federal funding for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. Now, let's be very clear. This is not cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. This isn't trimming around the edges. This isn't the teardrop in an ocean. This is all federal funding for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, which is PBS, NPR, and local public television and radio. This is not just an attack, though, on PBS and NPR, as so many of my Republican colleagues have said. They know full well that more than 70% of this cut will be felt by the local radio and television stations in their own communities and across the country. These stations use federally funded CPB radio towers and infrastructure to disseminate life-saving emergency alerts. And they don't just inform rural Americans about and serve news deserts to discuss local news, which of course they do, and they're often the only source of educational programming for children around the country, but they are essential for disaster response and emergency preparedness. 20 states list NPR in their emergency response plans. This infrastructure is essential for emergency alerts, geo-targeted text messages, and first responder communications. But my colleagues know all of this. They know how devastating this defunding will be. Even Chairman Adderholt acknowledged yesterday in the Rules Committee that these cuts will harm his state's public broadcasting networks, and he would like to work on it with Democrats. Well, your chance is right now on the previous question, which if you vote no, we can work together on funding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized. But this is not about actual funding. This is caving to Donald Trump's thin skin and his inability to deal with facts rather than to stand up for local stations, local communities, and the First Amendment, which specifically prevents Congress from abridging the freedom of the press. So to every Republican listening, this is yet another chance to oppose Donald Trump's attack on any objective form of accountability and do what's best for your constituents. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and choose your constituents over Donald Trump.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967 mandates that all public broadcasting programs must demonstrate strict adherence to objectivity and balance in all programs. There's a myriad of statistical studies that prove they are not. NPR banned coverage of the Hunter Biden laptop story, claiming it was a, quote, mere diversion, end quote. PBS made 162 references to far right versus only 6 references to far left. Perhaps most damning for NPR is the fact that it had to utilize a $1.9 million federal grant to improve objectivity and diverse viewpoints last year. The problem with the Public Broadcasting Act is that it lacks an enforcement mechanism. So we'll go with our constitutional prerogatives here to enforce the law, and it starts with this rescission of funding. PBS and NPR will continue to pivot their response to this cut back and forth as they have for some time. They tell us that their taxpayer-funded gift is just a drop in the bucket, not worth our attention. Nothing to see here. But when we want to hold them accountable, it's the end of the world. They'll weaponize their content against congressional Republicans. They'll hire lobbyists. They'll buy ads. In fact, they have. They can continue to do that, but thankfully it won't be subsidized by the taxpayer any longer. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the Chairwoman, my friend from North Carolina. I support this rule, and I rise in support of the rule. For the American people watching back home, we are here because on June 3rd, the House of Representatives, received a rescissions request from the White House to eliminate $9 billion in unobligated spending. Well, let's just say there's much more to go. This is step one. Under the Impoundment Control Act, once a request is received, Congress has 45 days to act. Well, the House is now acting. These rescissions are in part due to what DOJ was able to uncover and bring forward in terms of wasteful government spending. Just look at what we've been funding with taxpayer dollars. $6 million for net zero cities in Mexico. $5.1 million for programs to strengthen the resilience of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer, good grief, global movements. $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces. $2 million for Moroccan pottery classes. $2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala. $33,000 for being LGBTI. I can't even keep up with this stuff. $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, $32,000 for transgender comic books in Peru, $1 million to help disabled people in Tajikistan become climate leaders. Is that what you think your taxpayer dollars should go toward? I can promise you that the people that I represent think this is absolute garbage. How on earth can you possibly defend that? Yet my friends on the other side of the aisle would like you to believe seriously that if you don't use your taxpayer dollars to fund this absurd list of projects and thousands others that I didn't even list, that somehow people will die and our global standing in the world will crumble. Well, let's just reject this now. The White House is right to send up this rescissions package. This should be just step one. There should be numerous other steps. We should rescind billions upon billions of dollars of wasteful spending that are destroying our country through inflation and through increasing the size and scope of government, undermining the safety and security of the American people. How about the $160 million we can save by not giving more money to UNRWA, the organization whose own employees participated in Hamas's slaughter of Israeli citizens on October 7th, which we now know to be verifiably and completely true? Why would we continue to shovel money to an organization like that that is funding terrorism against our allies and against our American citizens? Yet that is precisely what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would wish us to continue to do. Now let's address the big, beautiful bill issue. Because my friends on the other side of the aisle are raising the prospect of $3 trillion of additional deficits. I have been very open in my belief that this bill should be better, that we should cut more spending, that we should be more mindful of reducing the size of government to get deficits down much further than we're seeing in this bill. But to be very clear, and we had this debate in the Rules Committee, What my friends on the other side of the aisle are forgetting and not putting forward here in this debate when they say $3 trillion of additional deficits is what you believe the growth rate will be if you adopt policies that will actually increase economic growth, which is putting more money in the pockets of the American people and deregulating so that businesses can create wealth. We assume 2.6% economic growth. That is higher than the CBO's expectation at 1.8, but lower than the historic growth of 3.2%. We hit the sweet spot. We believe that if you get that growth, you will have deficit neutrality on this bill so that you will end up creating wealth, creating jobs, putting more money in people's pockets, and try to deliver on the spending cuts and the reversal and the termination of the Green New scam and the application of Medicaid work requirements to make sure that people aren't getting benefits when they should be working. We believe it's a good bill. I have 15 more seconds.
I yield the gentleman 15 more seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
We believe it is a good bill, and I will say it again. I think the bill can get better. I think the Senate should improve it. I think we should find more savings. But to say to the American people that it's creating deficits, ignoring economic growth, is just simply not true. And with that, I will yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, wow, Mr. Speaker, that's something. We were trying to keep up with the gentleman as he was ticking off all the initiatives that he doesn't like, and we were looking at these accounts, and I think we added, they all added up to $23.5 million. And I don't know about some of the programs that he talked about. I'm happy to look into them, but he came up with $23.5 million in programs he doesn't like. I just want my friends to understand that's half. That is half of what Donald Trump is going to spend on his parade, one-day parade on Saturday. That's half. So, I mean, give me a break. And then the gentleman talked about, that, the CBO doesn't assume growth rate. Not only did the CBO take into account the growth rate, so did every other think tank that did a budget analysis on the great big ugly bill that Republicans passed. And I should also say to the gentleman and to the gentlelady, many of these programs have already been halted illegally by the Trump administration. And just for the record, it is estimated that over 107,000 adults have died as a result of the denial of funds, and over 224,000 children. I'm ashamed that our government has pulled funding for programs that save people's lives. And maybe my friends think that's fraud and waste and abuse. I don't. People are already dying. People are already dying because the Trump administration has illegally halted funding for many of these programs, just withholding the money from USAID. And I'm happy to share with them the statistics. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to also point out for my colleagues that the big ugly way in which Republicans have advanced this big ugly bill is just the tip of the iceberg. Last Congress, the Republican majority presided over the most unproductive, dysfunctional Congress in modern American history. What an achievement. I know they're all proud. Republicans shattered their own record by issuing 115 closed rules, meaning 115 times where the House could not debate a single amendment on the House floor. Did they learn anything from being the most unproductive Congress in history? Of course not. In just 5 months, the Republicans have racked up over 50 closed rules. More than 90% of the bills they bring up, no amendments, no discussion, no input, just take it or leave it. I mean, what are we even doing here? Republican leadership has blocked over 800 amendments, and we have yet to see a single bipartisan amendment make it to the House floor this year, not even one. Only 14 amendments have been selected by Republican leadership to be debated across just 4 bills. That's a 98% rejection rate. They blocked 98 out of 100 ideas they received. Mr. Aderholt, who was testifying before the Rules Committee, said, oh, this recisions bill gives us an opportunity to vote up or down on whether we want to support public broadcasting. But the bottom line is, no, it doesn't, because we're not having separate votes. You have to take the whole package or leave it. So we can't even vote on the individual cuts that are being part of this recisions package. Republicans have blocked a debate on amendments that would help states protect against deadly wildfires and post-disaster recovery. They blocked amendments that would support new mothers and infants impacted by substance use. And they blocked amendments to protect SNAP and Medicaid for millions of Americans. Really? Like, why? No wonder why no one likes Congress. Republicans are happy to debate trivial issues passionately, but important ones not at all. And Mr. Speaker, here's the kicker. At this point in our majority, Democrats gave Republicans more chances to debate their ideas than their own leaders do. In 5 months, only 6 of the 220 Republicans in this chamber have had amendments made in order. You know, I mean, that means over 97% of Republicans have not had a single amendment debated. I mean, are my Republican colleagues proud of being excluded from the legislative process? And again, to the gentleman from Texas who just spoke, I'm sorry. Don't lecture us about deficits when you voted for a bill that added $3 trillion to the deficit. I mean, it's shameful. I mean, the so-called budget hawks around here who talk a tough game and then they cave. And yeah, we did have a debate in the Rules Committee about this last night, but the gentleman was absent. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague from Texas, Mr. Roy, explained very well why we are not voting to increase the deficit by $3 trillion. And we all know that that is coming from the fact that we are extending tax cuts that were passed in 2017. And by the way, if we go back and look at the record, at all the scare tactics and all the Armageddon comments that were made when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, we hear the same things. None of those things happened. In fact, we had a booming economy. And so I don't think the same scare tactics are going to work again. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, every major organization that does budget analysis says that they're going to add trillions to the debt. The only people who don't are the gentleman lady from North Carolina. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you do independent budget analyses, but every other one does. There's one Republican in this House who is not afraid of Mr. Trump, and that's Mr. Massey. And let me read a couple of tweets that he posted. He writes, "Why didn't Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act make tax cuts permanent?" And he writes, "Because the impact of the tax cuts on the debt after 2025 was understood by them to be too great. So now they're employing new math to claim that renewing the tax cuts without cutting spending won't impact the debt." He writes, "Hidden inside of a resolution we will vote on today to bring recisions to the floor is an order to pass H-Res 492 without a vote. H-Res 492 changes the text of the big, beautiful bill after it already passed the House. Sneaky, sneaky." So look, again, I mean, can we at least be honest about what's happening here? And at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stanberry.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose this harmful, shameful, and offensive rescission package. The GOP is canceling $9.4 billion. Yes, billions in funding for programs that fund life-saving work across the world. Funding for public television and public radio, for agriculture and research jobs in my own district, and to codify the DOGE cuts that 2/3 of Americans oppose, and which their own president asked just 2 weeks ago of his other cabinet members if they were just total bullshit. That's a quote of the President of the United States. So I'm here to tell members of this chamber to vote no on this rescissions package. Transmitted by the Director of the Office of Management and Budget and architect of Project 2025, Russell Vought, this package would make permanent cuts to USAID and the State Department put into motion illegally, and they knew it because they were impounding funds and essentially admitted that in the rescissions package because they said it was pursuant to the Budget Control Act. They knew that what they were doing was illegal. So now, 5-6 months later, they've transmitted this package to cut $8 billion in programs to save lives of children across the world, that would gut UN programs and that would save thousands of lives, and to gut public broadcasting. This is a full-scale attack on our international system, global peace and security, the health and welfare of millions of children across the world, and on public television. And we will fight back every step of the way. So not only am I a no, I am a hell no on this package. And I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from using vulgarities in the House chamber. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia or North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Americans are the most generous and caring people in the world. We've set up lots of programs to save the lives of people across this country, across the world, and we'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. And what we're doing here is not going to cause people to be dying if the money is spent the way it is, Congress intends for it to be spent. Now, as my Democrat colleagues are well aware, reconciliation bills are different from other types of legislation and are prohibited from including provisions deemed as extraneous in the Senate. So what we are doing here in terms of the engrossment resolution for H.R. 1 is we're striking a few provisions in the bill that Senate parliamentarians concluded would jeopardize the privileged status of the bill in the Senate. The House is taking all necessary steps to enable the One Big Beautiful Bill to be considered expeditiously in the Senate and sent to President Trump's desk under the reconciliation process, which is what this engrossment resolution does. I also remind the ranking member and my Democrat colleagues, when they were last in the majority, they also utilized an engrossment resolution to strike extraneous provisions from their American Rescue Plan in 2021. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing with the reconciliation bill and with the rescission bill is we're doing everything we can to get our country back in fiscal shape. That's more important to the people in this world than any individual program is. It's important that the United States remain the greatest country in the world and that we reduce our debt and deficit. And that's the focus of Republicans. And with that, I reserve.
This is recognized.
From the gentlelady, how many more speakers she has?
We're prepared to close
Okay.
if the gentleman from Massachusetts is prepared to close.
How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 2 minutes remaining.
I yield myself the remaining time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot of talk today about tightening belts and making tough choices. This bill doesn't make tough choices. It makes stupid choices. These rescissions would gut PEPFAR, a program that saved millions of lives by preventing the spread of HIV and AIDS. It would slash funding for malaria prevention, for maternal and child health, for clean water, for food assistance. These programs are not giveaways. This money isn't a handout. These are smart, strategic investments that make Americans safer and save this government money down the road. Every dollar we spend on global health, on diplomacy, on humanitarian aid can save $10, $100, even $1,000 later by preventing conflict, disease, outbreaks, refugee crises, and wars. This bill eliminates those smart investments. It strips away those tools. It tells the world at a time when it's desperate for American leadership that we're walking away. And it will let China and Russia and Iran fill the power vacuum that we leave behind. And for what? So Republicans can say they cut spending while they protect billions in tax breaks for big oil and billionaire donors? Let's be clear. This bill isn't serious about fiscal responsibility. If it were, there'd be a recisions package for the Pentagon. We'd be debating clawbacks for defense contractors who charge $10,000 for a toilet seat. We'd be looking at whether Elon Musk's company should be getting massive government subsidies. But no, the party of billionaires would rather defund Sesame Street. They'd rather go after Elmo, and they'd rather go after programs that help save lives. And yes, this is about Trump's military parade too. The Army estimates it could cost between $25 to $40 million. So let's do the math. We're going to kill disaster relief, gut UNICEF, and stop investing in global AIDS prevention, but we're fine with Donald Trump throwing himself a birthday party with tanks. Missiles in the streets like it's, North Korea. What the hell are we doing here, Mr. Speaker? This is why people don't trust government. If we want to be serious about budgeting, fine, let's be serious. Let's look at where the waste, fraud, and abuse runs rampant. Let's audit the Pentagon. Let's go after corporate welfare and big oil handouts. Let's close the loopholes that let billionaires pay zero in taxes. But let's not pretend this bill is about any of that. This bill is a fraud, a con job. America deserves better. The world needs better. This is a revote on the reconciliation bill. So vote no if you are against gutting Medicaid, Medicare, and SNAP.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
And finally, vote no if you voted yes the first time.
Gentleman is no longer recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer is clear. The American people gave Republicans a mandate to restore fiscal sanity. This recisions package is part of achieving that end. Republicans are cleaning up the ruin that the Biden-Harris administration left this country in. We're taking a fiscal scalpel to waste, fraud, and abuse within the federal government. It's the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. What purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time of any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 210. The nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. Question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Pin the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is, did I not have to? Okay. I didn't call the vote. I didn't announce that vote. Did I? Okay. A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this, the yeas are 213, the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 499, House Resolution 492 is hereby adopted. Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 4D of House Resolution 5, the 119th Congress, and the order of the House of January 3, 2025, of the following individuals to serve on the governing board of the Office of Congressional Conduct.
Nominated by the Speaker after consultation with the Minority Leader, Mr. Jody B. Heiss of Georgia.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the exceptional artistic talent of Emma Zackrell, a sophomore at Clarion Limestone High School, and this year's winner of the Congressional Art Competition for Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. Since its inception in 1982, the Congressional Art Competition has offered a platform for young artists across the country to showcase their creativity. More than 650,000 students have participated nationwide, and I'm proud to say that this year's winning entry from our district is a stunning example of that legacy. Emma's piece, Waiting, a painting created using water mixable oils, will soon hang in the U.S. Capitol along winning entries from across the country. For an entire year, thousands of visitors, guests, and members of Congress will have the opportunity to view her artwork. This marks Emma's second time taking first place in our district's competition, an incredible achievement that speaks volumes about her talent, her vision, and dedication to her craft. I'm honored to welcome her to Washington, D.C., and look forward to all she will accomplish in the years ahead. Congratulations to Emma and to all the students who participated in this year's competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as prices rise and our economy stalls, this week House Republicans are pushing a cruel and a senseless plan to cancel $9.8 billion in funding that Congress already passed into law. The rescission package enacts the extreme and out-of-touch agenda that includes DOGE slashing support, reducing support for AIDS prevention, reproductive health, and even public broadcasting. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm particularly disturbed by the $8.3 billion in cuts to foreign assistance, targeting programs that help the most vulnerable people across the world, including a $9 million cut to the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, which has saved over 26 million lives. At home, gutting $1.1 billion from PBS and NPR, silencing trusted voices and educational content like Sesame Street. These cuts are being celebrated as savings at the same time that the majority is pushing their big, ugly bill that will add at least $3 trillion to our national debt. It's clear this isn't about savings, it's about pushing a harmful ideology and on the rest of the world. I will not support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize and congratulate the outstanding Whitehorse High School team from Montezuma Creek, Utah, for achieving national distinction in the Capitol Hill Challenge. Out of hundreds of teams from across the country, this remarkable group finished in the top 10, a truly impressive accomplishment that speaks to their academic excellence and their strong grasp of financial markets, economics, and civic engagement. These students demonstrated exceptional teamwork, discipline, and a genuine passion for learning throughout the competition. The team members who I met today, along with their teachers, are Hope, Jasea, Gabrielle, Nateo, and Calvin, and they excelled under the leadership of their dedicated teacher, Mr. Gosney. Their success is a testament to both their individual talents and the support and guidance that they received. We are immensely proud to have such bright and committed young leaders representing Utah's 3rd District. Their achievement reflects the strength, resilience, and character of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
For unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to Trump's rescission package, which includes an unfathomable $8.2 billion cut to USAID funding. My home state of North Carolina is the fourth largest recipient of USAID funding, which invests roughly $194 million into our state economy. Gutting this support threatens local jobs, weakens our research institutions, and undermines the economic stability of communities across my state. In my district alone, the damaging effects of the administration's cuts to USAID are already being felt. Thousands of talented professionals have lost their jobs, and vital partnerships with our local universities have been terminated. These devastating cuts are not only costing people their livelihoods here at home, but are also putting lives at risk around the world. USAID is a cornerstone of our national security, advancing global health, powering research across the country, and reinforcing America's leadership on the world stage. Slashing this funding will be disastrous for our allies, destabilize vulnerable regions, and hurt communities, and we cannot stand for it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great pride and to commemorate the 127th anniversary of Philippines independence and to honor the remarkable resilience and spirit of the Filipino people. On June 12, 1898, the Philippines declared independence, breaking free from centuries of colonial rule. Like Guam, the Philippines displayed extraordinary strength and unity during World War II under occupation. The Filipino community has long been a cornerstone of our island. They are educators, healthcare professionals, business owners, and service members. More importantly, they are our neighbors, friends, and family. Mr. Speaker, Philippine independence celebrates not just the past, but the people who continue to carry its legacy of freedom, unity, and cultural pride forward. That is why today I introduced a resolution with Representative Bobby Scott to officially recognize June 12, 2025 as this year's observance of Philippines Independence Day. To the Filipino community in Guam, across our nation and around the world, thank you for your countless contributions and lasting impact. Mabuhay ng Filipinas. Happy Philippines Independence Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My father was a physician. One of the main things he was taught in medical school, I think it's part of the Hippocratic Oath, is do no harm. Our budgets are doing a great deal of harm to our healthcare system. The Association of Medical Colleges came out with a statement yesterday that our healthcare is in an existential crisis because of the cuts to research and the cuts to graduate medical education. That our medical schools will suffer, the number of doctors that are produced will suffer, and that's not even to mention the problems immediately to people with taking away their Medicaid, taking away their ACA, and taking away that health care. Do no harm. This bill is a big, deadly bill. People will die because of it, because we're not putting money in the NIH that does the research to protect us from cancer, from Alzheimer's, from Parkinson's, from heart disease, from diabetes, the diseases that kill us. The NIH is our Department of Defense. Francis Collins did a great job, left it in good hands. Let's keep ourselves, do no harm. I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Rachel Kinsall, who was recognized by the Georgia Department of Education as the Georgia Teacher of the Year for 2026. She led an exceptional career in the Morgan County school system as a teacher of agricultural science, extending her involvement beyond the academic setting. Rachel serves as a chapter advisor to the Future Farmers of America organization and the president of the Morgan County Farm Bureau. She continues to help inspire students to create their own philanthropic projects, developing future community leaders. Her efforts focus on fostering leadership, collaboration, and a sense of community in the young minds she educates. As an alumnus of the University of Georgia, Go Dogs, she has received several accolades, including the Outstanding Alumnus Award from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, and recognition as the 2025 Milken Educator of the Year. Congratulations, Rachel, on your well-deserved recognition as Georgia Teacher of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, Mr. Speaker, my office received our 100,000th message from the people of Oregon's 3rd District. This is incredible. On an average day, I receive more than 650 messages. And that is just since being sworn in. We've got a lot to go. And here's what I'm hearing. People in Portland are fearful. They fear for their children and their neighbors. People in Rhododendron want to see courageous leadership that understands the needs of working families. People in Gresham are working hard and are barely making ends meet. They want to know their families will be able to thrive. People throughout Oregon's 3rd want immigrant neighbors to feel safe, housing to be affordable, the climate to be protected, schools to be funded, and to have universal health care that they can access. These messages aren't just correspondence, they're marching orders. To every Oregonian who has written, thank you. Keep the emails coming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Over the last couple of weekends, I have attended 2 events of the Hmong Americans which populate Wisconsin. Wisconsin is the 3rd highest Hmong population in the country. I always love to talk about the Hmong because they came here not knowing a word of English, or many of them do not know a word of English. Nevertheless, they have largely succeeded. I'd like to have a conversation with somebody, maybe in the 60s or 70s, and I ask them how many children they have, and then I ask them how many grandchildren they have, how many brothers and sisters they have, and how many nieces and nephews they have. Well, the Hmong came here with big families, like recent immigrants frequently do, so they might be here with 40 or 50 children, or grandchildren plus nieces and nephews. And then I asked them, how are they doing? How many of all these children did not graduate from high school? None. How many of these 40 grandchildren, nieces, or nephews had any problems with the law? None. How many of the young gals got pregnant out of wedlock? None. Nevertheless, they all seem to be succeeding despite the fact that they came here with all these supposed disadvantages. So I would like to one more time salute the Hmong who prove that anybody who comes here and works hard can succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the life of one of this body's greatest members, the late Congressman Charlie Rangel of New York. There are few men anywhere who have made as large a mark on their community and their government as Charlie Rangel. Charlie Rangel led an extraordinary life. He was a decorated Korean War veteran, one of the founders of the Congressional Black Caucus, and the first Black American chairman of the Storied Ways and Means Committee. In his beloved community of Harlem, Charlie was revered, legendary figure. He was loved by his constituents. He carved paths that others followed for decades. He was also an incredible dresser. In the long history of the U.S. House, over 11,000 men and women have served in this chamber. Of them, just 9 served longer than Charlie Rangel. Mr. Speaker, Charlie Rangel's death has hit our communities particularly hard. as his son-in-law, Howard, is the longtime leader of Eva's Village, which is a vital resource of our neighbors in the city of Patterson in my district. Last year, I had the pleasure of sitting with Congressman Rangel at a reception. Even at 94, he was full of energy, anecdotes, and stories, and he remained a sharp dresser. I send my condolences to Howard, his wife Alicia Rangel Halton, to Stephen Rangel, and the Charlie Rangel's family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the Halt Fentanyl Act when it comes to the floor tomorrow. For the past 5 years, I've engaged with law enforcement, public health experts, and colleagues across the aisle to ensure the scheduling of fentanyl analogs doesn't lapse and is finally made permanent. Permanent scheduling will ensure law enforcement retains important tools they need to tackle the opioid crisis and hold traffickers accountable, tools that have helped drive down drug-related deaths in New Hampshire to its lowest levels in 10 years. This is thanks to New Hampshire's all-hands-on-deck approach, pairing enforcement with treatment to bring down both the supply of opioids reaching our communities as well as the demand for them. There's still work to be done, including getting this bill across the finish line and restoring vital funding cut by the current administration for treatment and recovery. I'll continue fighting to ensure our communities have the support they need to save lives and confront addiction head-on. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to congratulate my constituent of the week, Dr. Janet Gullickson, as she retires from her post as president of Germanna Community College. In 2017, Dr. Gullickson became the first woman to serve as president in the history of the college. Throughout her tenure, Germanna has been praised for its quality education and professional development opportunities, from helping nursing students access experiential learning through their work with Mary Washington Healthcare to ensuring that Germanna remains on the cutting edge by becoming the first institution of higher learning to receive Amazon Web Services mobile classroom. Dr. Gullickson has dedicated her presidency to ensuring that her students are set up for success in the classroom and beyond. I also want to recognize Dr. Janet Gullickson as a great military mom. She raised a great soldier and military lawyer and my former captain. I wish her well in her next chapter, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
10 soldiers and Nixon's coming. We're finally on our own. This summer, I hear the drumming. 4 dead in Ohio. Got to get down to it. Soldiers are gunning us down. Should have been done long ago. What if you knew her and found her dead on the ground? How can you run when you know? Got to get down to it. Soldiers are cutting us down. Should have been done long ago. What if you knew her and found her dead on the ground? How can you run when you know? 10 soldiers and Nixon's coming. We're finally on our own. This summer, I hear the drumming. 4 dead in Ohio. 4 dead in Ohio. 4 dead in Ohio. 4 dead in Ohio. Mr. Speaker, those are the lyrics to the song 4 Dead in Ohio, written after the National Guard was deployed at Kent State University, killing 4 students and wounding 9 others. As a bright-eyed 17-year-old, I started college at Kent State University, and I lived in Prentice Hall. And in the parking lot lies a memorial where each student who was killed by the Ohio National Guard died. It's still there, and it serves as a reminder to all who pass by of what happens when you deploy the military against its own citizens. The lives of Allison Cross, William Schroeder, Jeffrey Miller, and Sandra Shore were cut too short, but should not be in vain, because we know the consequences of what happens when the National Guard is deployed against its citizens. Tragedy. 4 dead in Ohio. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to attach to the record additional materials.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Jonathan Ford Orser. Jonathan was a devoted family man, public servant, community pillar and proud son of Northwestern Ohio. Born into the Ford family, whose vision helped build Northwest Ohio's glass manufacturing legacy, John Orser lived a life shaped by service to his family, his country, his city, and his neighbors. From his time in the U.S. Marine Corps, which he didn't have to do, to his diplomatic service in Africa, and his amazing leadership as mayor of Perrysburg, Ohio, John never ceased working for the greater good. By launching the Perrysburg Farmers Market, he brought new life to his hometown of historic Perrysburg, Ohio. He nurtured the arts as a generous benefactor of Toledo Symphony and its zoo, and preserved the history for future generations to come. He was unselfish. His legacy includes more than buildings or institutions. His lasting legacy lives in the lives of people and communities he inspired time and time again. John's deep commitment to civic duty, his boundless generosity, and his reverence for tradition marked every chapter of his productive 83 years. We offer our deepest condolences to his beloved wife and first mate, Deborah, who walked in life with him every step of the way. May she and his enormous extended family, numerous friends, and all who cherish his memory be blessed with gratitude and memory of a generous, kind, and patriotic American who left his community and America a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, the United States ranked 14th in the world for solar panel manufacturing. Today, we're third. This happened in large part due to Congress providing long-term certainty for tax incentives to both produce and deploy American-made energy technologies. Clearly, this strategy is working. But the Republicans' big, ugly tax scam is putting hundreds of thousands of American energy jobs at risk. The uncertainty caused by this process has already resulted in over 62,000 jobs being lost or threatened. Repealing these tax credits won't stop people around the world from driving EVs or using solar, but it all but guarantees they'll be using Chinese technologies. If China's the big winner, American consumers are the big losers. If their credits are functionally repealed, the average American could see their utility bills rise by hundreds of dollars per year. This is a lose-lose. It's bad for people's wallets. It's bad for building a strong, competitive economy. It sells out current and future generations to fund tax cuts for billionaires. I urge the Senate to reject this disgusting abomination. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor Robert Jones, the Chancellor of the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, who is stepping down to take on a new role as President of the University of Washington. I would also like to congratulate Dr. Charles Lee Isbell, Jr., who has been appointed as the new Chancellor. As a proud alum of the University of Illinois, I have sincerely enjoyed working with Chancellor Jones during my time in Congress. A crop physiologist by trade, Chancellor Jones made history in 2016 when he became UIUC's first black chancellor. Throughout his tenure, Chancellor Jones helped launch a new program to provide free tuition to low-income students, oversaw the start of the Carle, Illinois College of Medicine, and grew the university's profile as one of America's top research institutions. He has partnered with the JJK Foundation in East St. Louis on their new Food, Agriculture, and Nutrition Innovation Center. Chancellor Jones, thank you for your dedicated leadership. I wish you all the best. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week, the majority is attempting to take back appropriated funds for important core initiatives like the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and humanitarian foreign aid. This is a terrible decision, one that undermines our national security, our global health, and our kids' cognitive and emotional development. Let's be clear. Foreign aid is not a handout. It is a strategic investment that helps secure U.S. interest, prevent unrest, and combat disease and famine. Moreover, most of my career, I focused on children's online safety and digital learning. For rural communities like those in Western Maryland, where I represent, PBS provides trusted news and educational programming free of charge. Our neediest families often lack access to broadband and can't afford the charges. They simply cannot be able to stream Netflix. Instead, they rely on shows like Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street to teach their kids about the world and about how to read. Draconian budget cuts like the rescission package cut programs that strengthen our communities, our national security, and take critical learning resources from our kids. American families deserve more. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 20th time to demand that the Trump administration restore funding for life-saving food aid around the world. Now, today I want to talk about promises, because since the Trump administration paused funding for emergency food aid through USAID 5 months ago, we've heard a lot of promises. Elon Musk tweeted that emergency food aid would be restored, and he even mentioned the name of a factory in my district, Edisia, that makes Plumpy Nut, a type of emergency food aid. Secretary of State Marco Rubio multiple times has said that emergency food aid will be restored. He said it in his confirmation hearing. He said it just a few weeks ago in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee when asked by my colleague from Rhode Island, Representative Amo. And just yesterday, the State Department told Fox News that they have a plan to restore this funding. But, Mr. Speaker, it has been 5 months. Every day that goes by is another day that children around the world are going hungry and starving to death because this aid has been held up. I will continue to speak on this House floor every day until the administration honors its commitment to restore this aid, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does the
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Questions on the motion to adjourn? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate.